nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420. Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Immerse yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farms.
We got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you Let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
Earth is flat, What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it. Just leave another use of comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. Though he's munching on a bunch of snuffle up because you think it's cute, then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew. Don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, it's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
So when I'm done, they just like keep spinning. It's called a spinner. That's what they call them. That's the street term for when your live stream won't stop. It's called a spinner.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got a fighting chance. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta from the metaverse, the metaverse. Playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up. Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff. But if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last.
I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the man.
All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots, fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder, she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
What's up? Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Alright. It's Late Night Live, baby. Boom. You see how it's all put together? It's like different pieces, different layers. Alright. 19 people here already? I just started the show. What's going on? Who do we got? We got Voynich. We got Rye Russ. What's up? We got Bill Miller Flip. My random fan. Thanks for the support. Sugar Bee. Bobby Marley. Dr. Bass Ackwards. Mr. Super Sidewinder. We got Boston Ray. Sub this channel, everybody. The Halloween stream that I did last night is still on this stream, on this channel right here. You see with the bird, the fucky ducky? Yeah, this one. Yeah, this channel right here. This one right here. Yeah. Sub it. It's missing about 700 subs. I don't know why. Yeah, I'll even put the link in for you. Make it easy. Couldn't leave the stream up last night on the big channel. I just couldn't risk it. You know what I mean? I just couldn't risk it. All right, who's this? Sugar Bee. No pictures or videos of real God's honest truths, but they need to. Yeah. Okay, you're right. You guys will see. So, I'm gonna prove tonight. No, actually, I don't know if I'm gonna prove anything. Honestly, I'm just gonna watch a video with you guys. So, hey, Sue's here too. Sue's here. Daniel Becker. Oh, Melanie Miranda. I don't know if I already said her. Hi, Melanie. Yeah, excuse me. Oh, gassy. So, it's like this, right? This Coke can, if it was sealed, right? There's gas pressure on the inside, right? What happens if you puncture the can? If it's not open. This one's obviously open, right? All right, so anyway, I was just looking around, for some stuff to show tonight, and I found this documentary called The Best Flat Earth Documentary ever. The best flat Earth documentary ever. Has anyone seen it yet? All right, check this out. I'm gonna just start it up. It's a long ass fucking documentary, so it gets into it. So let's do it. Oh, all right. Boom, boom.
2, 1, 0. All engines.
Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. Be thankful that the moon remains in the sky. You don't have to be 3 standard deviations higher than the average Asian to see someone's pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch 'em. Lessons to smash and crush 'em. Weapons of mass destruction. Pitch into gas and flush 'em. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with a pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball. You have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Ain't it amazing? Amazing how the sun can shine so high. That's what they told you. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That explains everything. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
The practice.
Ad alert. All right, let's get this back on.
For our eyes. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale of astronomical proportions. We have been taught a falsehood so gigantic and diabolical that it has blinded us from our own experience and common sense, from seeing the world and the universe as they truly are. Through pseudoscience books and programs, mass media and public education, universities and government propaganda, the world has been systematically brainwashed, slowly indoctrinated over centuries into the unquestioning belief of the greatest lie of all time. David Wardlaw Scott said, "Children are taught in their geography books, when too young to apprehend aright the meaning of such things, that the world is a great globe revolving around the sun, and the story is repeated continuously year by year till they reach maturity, at which time they generally become so absorbed in other matters as to be indifferent as to whether the teaching be true or not, and as they hear of nobody contradicting it, they presume that it must be the correct thing, if not to believe, at least to receive it as a fact. They thus tacitly give their assent to a theory which, if it had first been presented to them at what are called years of discretion, they would at once have rejected. The consequences of evil teaching, whether in religion or in science, are far more disastrous than is generally supposed, especially in a luxurious, laissez-faire age like our own. The intellect becomes weakened, and the conscience seared. For 500 years, an elite cabal of sun worshippers has propagated this nihilistic, atheistic cosmology and cosmogony, unquestioningly believed by the vast majority of the world. We have been taught, contrary to all common sense and experience, that the seemingly motionless, flat earth beneath our feet is actually a massive, moving ball spinning through space at over 1,000 miles per hour, wobbling and tilted 23.5 degrees on its vertical axis, while orbiting the sun at a blinding 67,000 miles per hour, in concert with the entire solar system, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, and careening across the expanding universe away from the Big Bang at an incredible
I'm making a coffee real quick. Give me 2 minutes.
670 million miles per hour, but that you can feel and experience none of it. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, I remember being taught when a boy that the Earth was a great ball revolving at a very rapid rate around the sun, and when I expressed to my teacher my fears that the waters of the oceans would tumble off, I was told that they were prevented from doing so by Newton's great law of gravitation, which kept everything in its proper place. I presume that my countenance must have shown some signs of incredulity, for my teacher immediately added, I can show you a direct proof of this. A man can whirl around his head a pail filled with water without its being spilt, and so, in like manner, can the oceans be carried round the sun without losing a drop. As this illustration was evidently intended to settle the matter, I then said no more upon the subject. Had such been proposed to me afterwards as a man, I would have answered somewhat as follows. Sir, I beg to say that the illustration you have given of a man whirling a pail of water round his head, and the oceans revolving round the sun, does not in any degree confirm your argument, because the water in the two cases is placed under entirely different circumstances, but, to be of any value, the conditions in each case must be the same, which here they are not. The pail is a hollow vessel, which holds the water inside it, whereas, according to your teaching, the earth is a ball, with a continuous curvature outside, which, in agreement with the laws of nature, could not retain any water. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away that over 100 million miles of supposed annual orbit around the sun amounts to not a single inch of relative parallax change. How convenient. We have been taught that the apparent orbit of the sun, planets, and stars, but not the moon, around the earth are all optical illusions, that it is, in fact, the earth beneath our feet which moves, and our eyes that deceive us. Special exception is made for the moon, however, which is said to revolve around the earth just as it appears. Since we only ever see one side of the moon, we have been taught this is because the moon's supposed 10.3 mile per hour west to east rotation, combined with its 2,288 mile per hour orbit of Earth, just happens to be the exact motion and speed necessary to perfectly cancel out the Earth's supposed 1,000 mile per hour east to west rotation and 67,000 mile per hour orbit of the Sun, thereby creating the perpetual dark side of the moon illusion. Oh, really? Though the Sun and Moon appear to be relatively small, equal-sized bodies revolving around a stationary Earth, we have been taught that this too is an optical illusion, and they are in fact thousands of miles divergent in diameter. They say the Sun is actually a whopping 865,374 miles across, 109 times wider than the Earth, and, contrary to all experience, experiments, and common sense, that we revolve around it. They say the moon is 2,159 miles across,
Boom, baby.
a quarter the size of the Earth, and why they appear the same size
Oh,
is
Jen's
because
here.
the
What's
moon
up, Jen?
is only 238,000 miles away, while the sun is an unfathomable 93 million miles away from the Earth.
We
And these
are the
just
flat
happen
earthers.
to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. You don't say. Lactantius, in his On the False Wisdom of the
I got
Philosophers,
my Sailor
wrote,
Fan Man mug.
a sphere where
My
people on
my
the other
Sailor Fan
side
Man
live
coffee.
with their feet above their heads, where
Courtesy
rain,
of
snow, and
Sailor
hail
Fan
fall
Man.
upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the
shit.
sky is lower than the ground. the ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of
Thank you,
Babylon
Bill.
dwindle
Do
into
it.
nothing in
Do it,
comparison
Bill.
to the fields, seas,
Godspeed.
towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth
We need to
without
get me up to
support.
like 3,000, 4,000
David
subs,
Wardlaw
Bill.
Scott wrote,
I don't know what's going on
I
yet.
confess that I cannot
I think they're
imagine how
fucking
any
with me.
human being in his proper
I think
senses
they've been
can
fucking
believe
with
that
Jen
the sun
too.
is
She should have
stationary
like
when,
20,000
with his own
subs
eyes,
by now.
he
at
sees it
least.
revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We have been taught that those tiny pinpricks of light in the night sky known as planets or wandering stars are actually physical, globular, Earth-like habitations millions of miles away. We have even been shown supposed video footage of the one called Mars. We have been taught that the tiny pinpricks of light in the sky known as the fixed stars are actually distant suns trillions of miles away, each complete with their own solar systems, orbiting moons, and Earth-like planets which potentially harbor alien life. We have been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some Masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other Masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth, that Hubble telescopes are taking snapshots of distant planets, galaxies, stars, quasars, black holes, wormholes, and other fantastic celestial phenomena. We have been taught that our ignorant ancient ancestors for millennia falsely believed the Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe. But thanks to modern science and its Masonic prophets like Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, Collins, Aldrin, and Armstrong, we now believe the world to be a giant whirling sea-Earth globe careening through infinite space. Thomas Winship wrote, "Modern astronomical teaching affirms that the world we live on is a globe which rotates, revolves, and spins away in space at brain-reeling rates of speed, that the sun is 1.5 million times the volume of the Earth globe and nearly 100 million miles distant from it, that the moon is about 1/4 the size of the Earth, that it receives all its light from the sun, and is thus only a reflector and not a giver of light, that it attracts the body of the Earth and thus causes the tides, that the stars are worlds and suns, some of them equal in importance to our own sun himself, and others vastly his superior, that these worlds inhabited by sentient beings are without numbers and occupy space boundless in extent and illimitable in duration, the whole of these interlaced bodies being subject to and supported by universal gravitation, the foundation and father of the whole fabric. To fanciful minds and theoretical speculators, the so-called science of modern astronomy furnishes a field unsurpassed in any science for the unrestrained license of the imagination, and the building up of a complicated conjuration of absurdities, such as to overawe the simpleton and make him gape with wonder, to deceive even those who truly believe their assumptions to be facts. We have been taught that science books like Newton's Principia Mathematica, which propound the spherical heliocentric myth, are the bearers of truth, while backwater religious books like the Bible, which propound a flat geocentric Earth, are merely outdated myths. We have been taught that the universe was unintelligently designed and randomly created in a cosmic coincidence of nothing inexplicably becoming everything. We have been taught that through millions upon millions of years of accidental evolution.
Yeah, Bill, we've been praying for you on here too, man. I hope things are getting better for you. I haven't been reading the chat. I'm sorry, guys.
And happenstance, the Big Bang universe began manifesting suns, moons, planets, then water, then somehow out of dead.
I played your video last night, Bill, the one that you made 4 days ago about the Moonlight Towers, the one you uploaded. I played it at the end of the stream because, it sucks not having you here, Bill. You helped me build the show, and you used to pop in, and now it's just eventually I know you'll be back. I just, I hope things.
Inert elements, single-celled conscious organisms came to life, grew and multiplied and mutated into larger, different organisms, which continued to grow, multiply, and mutate, gaining diversity and complexity, and losing credibility, to the point where amphibians crawled up on land, replaced gills with lungs, started breathing air, maturated into mammals, became bipedal, grew opposable thumbs, evolved into monkeys. Then in one final fluke adaptation, a hybrid monkey man was made, and the rest is human history. Thomas Winship wrote, "Put together all the imaginary exploits in the air specially written to interest the young, add to this all the wonderful adventures of airships recorded in The Daughter of the Revolution, and tack on to this all the wild and impossible things found in current libraries of fiction, and I venture to say that the grand total will record nothing so utterly impossible or so supremely ridiculous as this modern scientific delusion of a globe
What's up,
spinning
Angela?
away in space in several different directions at the same time at rates of speed which no man is able to grasp, with the inhabitants
I drink my
some
coffee
hanging
way
heads
too fast.
down and others at
I don't even
various
have time to
angles
enjoy
suit
it. I
the
chug it.
inclination.
I shack
Write
it.
down all the swindles
I
that ever were
Shaquille
perpetrated.
O'Neal my coffee.
Name all the hoaxes you ever heard or read about. Include all of the impostures and bubbles ever exposed. Make a list of all the snares that popular credulity could ever be exposed to, and you will fail in getting within sight
Yeah,
or
everybody
hearing of
pray
an
for
imposture
Bill.
so gross,
It'll
a
work.
hoax so ingenious, or a bubble of such gigantic proportions as has been perpetrated and forced upon unthinking
You know what I'm gonna do?
multitudes in the name of science.
I'm gonna light up a blunt for Bill. I need to go find my weed though. It's somewhere hanging around. Somewhere.
And as proved incontrovertible fact by the expounders of modern astronomy, again and again have their theories been combated and exposed, but as often have the majority who did not think for themselves accepted the popular thing. We have been taught that the height of stupidity and naivety was when our ignorant ancestors believed the earth to be flat, and that if any man somehow still thinks the earth to be the immovable center of the universe, that they must be the most primitive kind of ignoramus. Nowadays, the label flat earther has become literally
Oh, almost broke it. I found a huge nug. Let me see. We'll bring it up on full screen. Hold on a sec. Change the virtual background. Tonight's featured nug from Flat Earth Farms is, I have no idea which one it is, but look. It's pretty big. It's a big one. Flat Earth Farms. Not bad. I'll take it. I'm happy with it. It gets me through the day. Nah, man, I got fibromyalgia bad. Bad. I need it. Yeah, I'm rolling up. Should I roll all this in one blunt? I don't think it would fit. Rasta. Yeah, it's great. That's great. Yeah, definitely Rasta. Definitely. I'm not complaining. All right, anyway. It's some outdoor. I don't know. It smells pretty good. It was big. It was bigger than that. You know what I mean? It's like it was huge. It was like the size of my arm at one point. I had to cut it. I had to trim it with some scissors.
synonymous with moron and is a common cliché derogatory term for insulting someone's intelligence. Upon seeing a book titled The Flat Earth Conspiracy, your ingrained instinct was likely to laugh, mock the messenger, and deny the very possibility. Marshall Hall said, "What strikes you as being some thoughts that people would have if, in the short space of a few weeks, the universally held conviction that the Earth rotates on an axis daily and orbits the Sun annually were exposed as an unscientific deception? Keep in mind that a rotating, orbiting Earth is not counted as a mere hypothesis or even a theory anywhere in the world today. Oh no. Rather, this concept is an unquestioned truth, an established fact in all books and other media everywhere, church media included. Copernicanism, in short, is a concept that is protected in a bunker under a 50
We were dissed by Copernicus.
foot thick ceiling of solid scientific concrete. It is meant to be impregnable. It is a concept that has become ensconced in men's minds as the indestructible cornerstone of enlightened modern man's knowledge. Virtually all people everywhere have been taught to believe, and do believe, that this concept is based on objective science and dispassionate secular reasoning.
I don't recommend that you smoke if you don't want to smoke something like, you know what I mean? Like some people don't want to smoke, but you can like, now there's so many different products, you can like eat it. You know what I mean? They make you like, it's probably safer than smoking if you don't want to smoke, but if you smoke cigarettes already, then what the fuck? Then what are you doing? What's wrong with you?
B. Chasbro wrote, 99 people out of 100 would give the same answer to the interrogation, and that same answer would be to the effect that the Earth is a globe which revolves around the sun. The 99 who makes this reply would do it because they know it to be the case. How do they know it? Let this question be put to them, and they will bestow upon you a withering smile of pity at what they conceive to be an imbecility of mind on your part, and answer you in something.
I mean, I think we can all agree on one thing, right? Smoking is bad, right? Like, I don't know. Like, smoking is bad for you, no matter which way you want to look at it. You know, smoking anything is bad. So it's just kind of like, it's like a double-edged sword. Like, I need it for my pain, but like, you know, smoking is bad. So I don't know. Sometimes I like the edibles better because like the edibles are already decarboxylated. So like they already activate the THC. Man, them things kick your ass. You don't even need to smoke sometimes if you get some good ones. You just take it and you'll be high all day. Take like 3 of them.
Thing like the following style. It has always been so. We learnt it at school. Clever men say so.
The RSO is pretty good. You can put it in your coffee. The RSO. I put it in my coffee. It's probably a waste to do that, but I still do it anyway. I enjoy it.
So, and look how astronomers can foretell eclipses, and then lose their temper at the very idea of the globular theory being incorrect. And a haughty, there can be no doubt about it, will close all they have to say on the subject. Now if the ears of these 99 could only be gained, they would be shown in an irresistible manner that the philosophy which would speak of a round and revolving world is a false philosophy. Ancient civilizations the world over believed Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe, around which the heavens revolved daily cycles in perfect circles. This stable geocentric universe, proven true by experience and experiments, which reigned undisputed for thousands of years, adequately explaining all earthly and celestial phenomena, was violently uprooted, spun around, and sent flying through infinite space by a cabal of sun-worshipping theoretical astronomers. Early Masonic magicians like Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and Newton, along with their modern Masonic astronaut counterparts like Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, hand in hand with NASA and World Freemasonry, have pulled off the greatest hoax, propagated the most phenomenal lie, and perpetuated the most complete indoctrination in history. Over the course of 500 years, using everything from books, magazines, and television to computer-generated imaging, a multi-generational conspiracy has succeeded in the minds of the masses to pick up the fixed Earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. In schools where every professor's desk is adorned with a spinning Earth globe, we are lectured on the heliocentric theory of the universe, shown images of ball planets, and videos of men suspended in space. The illusion created, connivingly convincing, has entranced the world's population into blindly believing a maleficent myth. The greatest cover-up of all time.
I know where you can get some good edibles,
NASA and Freemasonry's biggest secret is that we are living on a plane, not a planet, that Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Lady Blunt wrote, "We are told that though the Earth has the appearance of being a vast plain with the sun moving high above and over the Earth, that what we see is a deception. It is an optical illusion, for it is not the sun that moves, but the Earth, with the sea.
My background. I need to get my background back up. I like it. The fuck. Alright. I took it off to show you guys the weed, and I forgot to put it back on. God. These shows are such an amateur hour. Such an amateur hour. Okay, let's go. Ray, what are you doing?
And all that in them is, in the form of a globe, whizzing with terrific rapidity round the sun, located millions of miles away, its mean distance being assumed to be 91 millions of miles, and that the Earth travels at a rate of 68,000 miles an hour, or 19 miles every second. Alan Daves said, "If the government or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary, imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to convince people that no, it's not."
Oh, sorry, I'm rolling the blunt right on the computer. Boom, boom. Hold on one sec. Oh, I hit the button by accident. All right. Almost got the job done. Fuck. Almost there. Hold on one second, guys. Oh.
Stationary. It's moving forward at 32 times rifle bullet speed and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us, "You are crazy. The Earth's not moving." We would be ridiculed for having no scientific backing for this convoluted moving Earth theory. And not only that, but then people would say, "Oh, then how do you explain a fixed calm atmosphere and the sun's observable movement? How do you explain that?" Imagine saying to people, No, the atmosphere is moving also, but is somehow magically velcroed to the moving Earth. The reason is not simply because the Earth is stationary. So what we are actually doing is what makes sense. We are saying that the moving Earth theory is nonsense. The stationary Earth theory makes sense, and we are being ridiculed. You've got to picture it being the other way around to realize just how ridiculous this situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it tightly, like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary, though all the evidence shows it. We feel no movement. The atmosphere hasn't been blown away. We see the sun move from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless Earth without bringing in all these assumptions to cover up previous assumptions gone bad. If the Earth were truly a spinning ball orbiting the sun, there are several tests and experiments which could be and have been conducted to prove or disprove the veracity of such a claim. For example, Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, almost 200 million miles of supposed orbit around the sun,
Ruckus.
and not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the Earth is at a given point in space on, say, January 1st, and according to present-day science, at a distance of 190 million miles from that point 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and directions of the stars will have greatly changed, however small the angle of parallax may be. That
What's
this
up,
great
David Wolf?
change is nowhere apparent and has never been observed incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit round the sun." Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder on the opposite sides of a wooden frame or a solid block of wood or stone. So adjust them that their centers of axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now direct them to the
Yeah,
plane of
definitely,
some notable
Ruckus.
fixed star a few seconds previous to its meridian
Listen, Ruckus, if anybody comes in here causing any ruckus, boot them out with the wrench.
time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given,
Wow, we
to be
got 30
repeated
people watching?
by the observer
pretty
at
good.
the second tube
On one
when he
channel.
first sees the
We're
same
on 3
star.
channels
A
right now, by
distinct
the way.
period of time will
We're on
elapse
3
between the
YouTube
signals
channels
given.
at
The
once.
signals will
How
follow
you
each
like them
other in
apples?
very rapid succession. But still, the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel
When we do Late Night Live, we do it big. We do it huge. We go on 3 YouTube channels at once.
lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination
We're on-
of the
all right.
second tube towards the first
So,
tube
in case you didn't know, we're on Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. We're on another channel that's called Boston Ray, and we're on another channel that's called Late Night Live. The Late Night Live channel. Late Night Live is what it's called.
would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube.
Okay. Yeah, trust me.
Which the
I
difference
was
in
gonna say something,
position
but
of
you know
1
what,
yard
forget it.
had previously
I
required.
gotta stop
But as
myself.
no such difference in the direction of the tube is required,
I'm on
the
YouTube.
conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, desperate heliocentrists, instead of conceding, doubled down, claiming the stars were all actually trillions upon trillions of miles away from us, so distant that no appreciable parallax could ever be detected. This convenient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to for centuries, has proven satisfactory to silence the uninquisitive minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately address many observable phenomena, such as our wildly implausible synchronization with Polaris. William Carpenter wrote, "The idea that the Earth, if it were a globe, could possibly move in an orbit of hundreds of millions of miles with such exactitude that the crosshairs in a telescope fixed on its surface would appear to glide gently over a star millions of miles away is simply monstrous, whereas with a fixed telescope it matters not the distance of the stars, though we suppose them to be as far off as the astronomer supposes them to be, for, as Mr. Richard Proctor himself says, the further away they are, the less they will seem to shift. Why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that Mr. Proctor's mass of 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever with a velocity compared with which...
Okay. I think it's time to break it up with some music. I think I got it ready. Give me a second. Let me see. All right. I just I gotta play music in between. I can't just listen to people talk the whole time. I love my music. It's part of Late Night Live, baby. Boom. All right. What do we got?
Free your mind, let your senses win, and see the sun above us spin. It doesn't set like we've been told to think, just sails into the distance. Hark now, hear the sailors cry, lost at sea, but in the night, saved by a far-off beam of light as it shines across the flat ocean. that shows. When the fog all goes, I can feel it, and I'll never fear it, 'cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies since I was 1 day old. The sun doesn't set like we've been told, it just sails into the distance. Cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies since I was 1 day old. The sun doesn't set like we've been told, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. It just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Sails into the distance, sails into the distance, sails into the distance, sails into the distance.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. No way. We're on a mission from God.
Matt, me and Elwood, putting the band back together.
Ma'am, you gotta understand that this is a lot bigger than any domestic problems you might be experiencing.
Would it make you feel any better if you knew that what we're asking Matt here to do is a holy thing?
You see, we're on a mission from God.
First you trade the Cadillac for a microphone. Then you lie to me about the band. Now you're gonna put me right back in the joint.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God. 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yep.
What's up, Singe?
The anthem. Let's do the anthem.
We're doing the anthem. What you gonna do about it? Do about it. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? 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 I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? When the sun and moon moves around like a clock, can you hit a moving target? With a fucking rocket, in a moving target. With a fucking rocket, can you hit a moving target? Motherfucking rocket, yeah. Earth flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew. Would you rather do without it? When the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along. Just take a bomb hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are content. Consolation for it. It makes me vomit. You never do get hit by a comet. We never hit a comment. Never read my comments. Don't ever comment. We're never hit by comments. Yeah, never read my comment. Never read my comment. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? When the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bomb hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. Never to get hit by a comment. Cause we never hit by comment. And don't ever read my comment. Just don't ever read the comments. Yeah, don't ever read my comments. Don't ever read the comments. Yeah. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hear the moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bomb hit. Do yourself a penny haunts me. You want a consolation part? It makes me vomit. You never do get hit by comet. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment. Didn't want it. NASA lost it. NASA lost it. NASA lost it. NASA lost it. Earth's flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Rather keep it down it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Rather keep it down it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? We thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. Them brogies munching on a bunch of stuff all up our ass. You think we're cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it, baby. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it, honey. Nothing you can do. Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. It's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do. It's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. It's flat and there's nothing you can do but brush after your food. Nothing you can do but brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. We got asteroids and asteroids and asteroids too. We got asteroids and asteroids too. We got asteroids and asteroids too. Hit by comet. We never hit by comet. It don't ever hit by comet. Don't ever read my comments. Don't read the comments.
Don't fucking read the comments.
Just don't read them.
For a second, real quick. Okay, so I just seen a great comment. All right, this is awesome. Sagittarius Dad, where you at? Yeah. Okay, so I have the answer. Okay, Sagittarius Dad, where was it? Where was the question? All right, and plus you'll be able to see it in the documentary I'm showing. Trust me, they're gonna go through everything. It's like 6 hours long, but I mean you'll see it. All right, he said, how thin is the earth if it's flat? Okay, let me answer your question, okay? We're not talking about it being flat like a piece of paper, okay? There is depth, okay? I'm a mud flood investigator, okay? It goes down deep, and there's realms underneath the earth, yes. It's not thin. We're talking about the surface of the earth is flat, okay? So that means water always finds its own level, right? As far as you can see, there's no curve. right? Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. All right, hold on one sec. Let's see what else he's gonna say. Hold on. And then he said something else he said Earth is a cube, a pyramid, it's common knowledge. Yeah, okay. It could be a cube, right? But if it was a cube, like what's spinning around in the back of me, if it was a cube, right, we would live on the flat part of it, on the top part, and then the rest of it is underneath us. Maybe, yeah. But it doesn't say that in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I go by the biblical flat earth, But there is people that believe that it's a cube, and there is people that believe the dome is shaped like a pyramid, the firmament. But so it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'll let it slide. I'll let it go. All right, back to the documentary. Oh, that ain't it. We'll get back to that too. Don't worry. A little bit of documentary, a little bit of level head. Sounds good for tonight? All right, cool.
A shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which...
Yeah, look it up. If you can find a place in the Bible where it says it's a sphere, Sagittarius, Dad, I'll show it on the screen. Just put the scripture in there, because I have never seen it. But it says that God separated the waters below from the waters above, and he put in a firmament. It talks about the face of the earth, right? Balls don't have a face, dude. You know what I'm saying? Watches have a face. Clocks have a face, right? The stars and the moon and the sun are fixed within the firmament. The earth is flat and stationary. You know what I'm saying? We're not spinning at 1,000 miles. They just want you to believe that so that you think you're a speck of dust and that you didn't come from God, so that you make poor choices in your life, like I did. And then you end up fucking in prison or something.
All the miracles
or worse, even dead,
put together would sink into
And you know what? They're hiding God. They're hiding, and it doesn't matter what you believe God is. It's like they're hiding the creation of the place, the creator, whoever the creator is, which I believe in Jesus, in God. But like, if you don't, like, everything here has intelligent design, so something or someone great created this place for us, and that's the important thing. It doesn't matter about the shape, but what we're saying is the surface, there's no curve on the surface. 8 inches per mile square. We do the measurements. We have people that go out and take the photography. You'll see. Just watch the documentary. They'll explain it all.
Insignificance. Captain R.J. Morrison, the late compiler of Zadkiel's Almanac, says, "We declare that this motion is all mere bosh, and that the arguments which uphold it are, when examined with an eye that seeks for truth, mere nonsense and childish absurdity." Another experiment repeatedly...
Listen, sometimes it sounds crazy at first, but like, what I'm saying is, don't listen to me. Go out there and do the measurements for yourself. 8 inches per mile square. Watch a boat go over the horizon. Take a P900 camera or a P1000 and zoom in on it yourself. You'll see you can bring it back. When the sun goes away out of our sight, you can zoom back in and bring the sun back sometimes. Like,
performed to disprove Earth's supposed rotation under our feet is firing cannonballs vertically and horizontally in all cardinal directions. If the Earth were truly spinning eastwards underneath us, as the heliocentric model suggests, then vertically fired cannonballs should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, though,
that guy's a joke. This guy's a joke.
Whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs perfectly aimed with a plumb line, lit with a slow match, shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back.
But also, like, I'm not telling you what to believe either, man. Like, if you want to believe the Earth, this is fair, and you're comfortable with that, then go for it.
To the ground, no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. If the Earth were actually spinning at the supposed rate of 600 to 700 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes of England and America, where the tests have been performed, the cannonballs should fall a full 8,400 feet, or over a mile and a half, behind the cannon. Again, at this point, instead of conceding, desperate heliocentrists triple down, claiming the reason cannonballs fall straight back is because the magical properties of gravity allow Earth to somehow drag the entire lower atmosphere in perfect synchronization with its axial spin.
I mean, you can't ignore all this proof right here. Like everything that he shows in the 6 hours worth of proof, you can't ignore it.
Rendering even such breakneck speeds completely unnoticeable to the observer.
Look, we've only been through a half hour.
By experimentation.
There's 6
this
hours.
Highly implausible, though clever.
There's 5.5 hours left of this.
Clever and convenient explanation only holds for vertically fired cannons, however. If cannons are instead fired and measured in all cardinal directions, even the heliocentrists' atmospheric Velcro trump card becomes unplayable. North-south firing cannonballs establish a control, then east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, and west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer due to the supposed 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward rotation of the Earth. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, north, south, east, or west, the distance covered is always the same. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "When sitting in a rapidly moving railway carriage, let a spring gun be fired forward, or in the direction in which the train is moving. Again, let the same gun be fired, but in the opposite direction, and it will be found that the ball or other projectile will always go farther in the first case than in the latter. If a person leaps backward from a horse in full gallop, he cannot jump so great a distance as he can by jumping forward. Leaping from a moving sledge, coach, or other object backwards or forwards, the same results are experienced."
Do you see what he's trying to show here, guys? I mean, I know he's using a lot of big words, but look. The Earth is moving east to west, like west to east, like it's supposed to, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. Whatever. He's trying to land on a north to south runway. Okay? The Earth is supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour underneath him. The plane is going between 500 and 700 miles an hour. How are you going to land a plane going 700 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour on a piece of land that's spinning in the opposite direction, going 1,000 miles an hour? It would break the plane. It would crash. You wouldn't do it.
Other practical cases could be cited to show that any body projected from another body in motion does not exhibit the same behavior as it does when projected from a body at rest. Nor are the results the same when projected in the same direction as that in which the body moves, as when projected in the opposite direction, because, in the former case, the projected body receives its momentum from the projectile force plus that given to it by the moving body, and in the latter case, this momentum minus that of the moving body. Hence, it would be found that if the Earth is moving rapidly from west to east, a cannon fired in due easterly direction would send a ball to a greater distance than it would if fired in a due westerly direction. But the most experienced artillerymen, many of whom have had great practice both at home and abroad in almost every latitude, have declared that no difference whatsoever is observable, that in charging and pointing their guns, no difference in the working is ever required. Gunners in warships have noticed a considerable difference in the results of their firing from guns at the bow when sailing rapidly toward the object fired at, and when firing from guns placed at...
All right, I stand corrected. Planes land at 150 miles an hour. Okay, thank you. It's okay, caller. Yeah, I have 3 channels, caller, right now going. I have a channel called Late Night Live, the Late Night Live channel. That's Singe Man's channel. I have Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures, and that's my biggest channel at the moment. It's my main channel. And then I have another one with the little birdie. That's the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky. And he's a star on the show, caller. I'll show you who he is. You might not have noticed him yet. The Flat Earth Fucky Ducky is a star on the show. I have Flat Earth Fucky Ducky merchandise and everything. He's big. He's big. Here he goes. You ready? Singe Man created him. kind of just chilling. You know, you'll be seeing him popping up soon in a new episode. Yeah, we got some new material coming out very soon. Get back to the airplanes on a spinning ball. All right, boom. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I have a sensitive microphone. Well, you know, that's the difference between my show and everybody else's show, you know? Like, I'm not that professional. I'm not too fancy around here. You know, I accept all people from everywhere, from all walks of life, all communities. I'll take you in. If your community decides to throw you out, come here. This is Switzerland. You know what I'm saying? This is a place for people to unwind. I'm not too serious about it, you know. But some nights we do some serious shows. Like last night was crazy. It's on it's still up on Boston Ray, and I can't even believe it's still there. Some of the things that they were talking about. I thought for sure it was gonna get swiped. But so I took it off my main channel because my main channel is like almost done. It's on its last limb. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why you guys need to sub all my channels, because like they already took one channel down from me, and like they'll probably end up taking them all, you know, eventually. That's why I'm on Odyssey and BitChute too. But like, I need to figure out something better. I need to make a better plan. You know, my life's a mess. What can I do? You know what I mean? But we're getting it together. We're getting it together. What's up, Michael Joshua Lewis? Random fan. Random fan's been helping me out. You know what I mean? Yeah, Angela Baby Costume. That's awesome. Yeah, yeah. Also, the one you don't see. That's pretty much my channel too, because like I stream on there. I was gonna stream on there last night, the Halloween special, but I kind of wasn't sure if it was gonna stay up, so I went on my Odyssey. I go live on Odyssey too, and I have 2 Odyssey channels: Michelle L. Odyssey and Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures Odyssey. So I have like a couple weird channels with weird names that probably don't seem like it's me, but you'll see that it's all my videos. It's kind of like a way to throw them off, you know what I mean? Because they're slick. You know, they got their algorithms, and you know, you got to outsmart them these days. You got to be smarter than the algorithms. You got to beat the AI. That's what it is. It's all it is. You want to stay alive on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, what other platform are you going to go to? You're going to go to Rockfin? You really think you're going to do good over there? How about fucking Twitch? I mean, it looks good. I was watching it. It seems pretty crystal clear and stuff like that. I don't know. That one seems like it might be good. It's on Roku TVs, you know. But I don't know. You know, we got to do better. We can do better. Yes. What Angela just said. I only have YouTube because I can watch it on the TV. Angela, you just said a mouthful. You know why? Because, like, that's how I woke up. Because, like, I was asleep. And I got a big screen TV, a smart TV, when they switched over from fucking regular TVs to the smart TV. And YouTube was on it. I didn't have a computer, dude, for a long time, for like 10 years. So I wasn't on YouTube. So then, like, when they put it on the TV, right, I could watch it on the TV, and that's the only reason why I watched it. I wouldn't be watching it on the computer or on my cell phone. I'd be watching it on the TV. So that's why I woke up, because I was watching all this shit on TV. I was watching Collar Red Pill. I was watching Dose of Reality. I was watching Richie from Boston. I was watching Awakened Saint. I was watching Photo Helix, Sailing Fan Man, Jesus Free Computer Geek, a lot of people. But like, those are the people I started watching in the beginning, and that was a great time for YouTube. I like Eric Dubay. You know, I think he kind of jumped the flat earth thing off in the future, like now, like in this time period. You know, I even like Max Powerland too. I'm trying to reach out to him. Maybe we can get him on the show. Yeah, Angela. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to stay on YouTube. I'm not trying to charge people for my content. You know, I ask for donations. You know, that's it. Like, I ask people to buy T-shirts and shit, and like donate through PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, and buy me a coffee. Listen, Buy Me a Coffee's heating up. Check it out. I have this thing called Buy Me a Coffee. I didn't know what it was, but it's like a way for people to donate, right? But I can upload anything there. I can upload music. I figured out a way. I upload like 3 songs up there that I haven't released yet, like rap songs, like from like really good ones. Like, so, like, you know, you can donate to Buy Me a Coffee, and you can listen to exclusive music from me. And pretty soon, I'm figuring out a way. I think you can upload videos there too. I'm not sure. I'm figuring it out. Buy Me a Coffee's heating up. Actually, you know what? If you want to listen to the music on the Buy Me a Coffee, you don't even have to donate. It's free. You can donate if you want to. You can still listen to the music on there. Go check it out. Oh, no sound? No sound? Shit. I don't have an Ethernet cord. I know it's probably fucking StreamYard busting my chops. Or it's YouTube busting my chops. Somebody's busting my chops. 32 people here. Boom, baby. One more person. And it'll be Illuminati confirmed again, like last night. We'll see if it 31. 31. Someone left. Someone left. Someone left. Who left? All right, let's listen to Levelhead. Let's see if this... I don't even know what song's next. I hope it's a good one.
Tommy said that's Brian on the flute in the background.
Yeah.
You want to do that song?
Yeah. We're having fun. It's late night in Boston.
Late night, yeah, live from Boston. Yeah, let's interact with the chat a little bit. Let's get.
Yeah, who's here? Rasta Bear?
Rasta Bear's here. I'm honored. I am honored, Rasta.
It's late night in Boston.
Late night. Clown World Cousins is here. How's it sound, Sailing Fan Man? Is the sound better tonight, Sailing Fan Man?
There's fluoride in the water.
There's fluoride in the water. Baby, how does it taste? There's fluoride in the water. It's aluminum waste. There's fluoride in the water. Now, baby, how does it taste? How does it taste? Christian Knapp on the keyboard.
It's getting now.
In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know.
The spray in the skies.
Spray in the skies. The spray in the skies. They want you to die.
Spray in the skies.
Spray in the skies. The
Spray in the skies.
They want you to die. There's plastic in the rice. There's plastic in the rice. There's plastic in the rice. In your life. Because they end your life. In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know. Smoking a big tube. To the YouTube. Smoking a big tube. Watching the YouTube.
Smoking a big tube. Watching the YouTube. I'm going down.
What do we do?
It's going loud in
Centerville.
Searching for truth,
Taking some pause.
people saying something
wrong with his brain.
because he knows
We don't live on a bar.
we don't live on a farm.
We don't live on a bar.
Live on a farm.
Live on a bar. No, we don't live on a bar. No, we don't live on a bar.
Chatting, ranting about the whole ending. Community strike and hate speech on YouTube.
He's such a cutie when he shakes his booty.
Says Neil deGrasse will not take the load. They go in live from Centerville. Most people don't know how it's gone. So he's not, they are insane, but they know.
He's got something for Paul. He's got something for Paul. He's got something for Paul. Something for Paul. Something for Paul. Something for Paul. Something for Paul.
Flip-flops and flip-flops. And that was truth drops. Plenty of truth out of memories ago. Never affected.
Collected.
Facts are collected.
It's a beautiful day now in this neighborhood. 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 It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Centerville.
Never be on, all watching the chat. Some people claim they got nothing to gain, cause we know it's still in its flat. It's still in its flat. It's still in its flat. Still in its flat. Still in its flat. Not looking down. Don't sound down. Most people think it was once
East to west.
it's not magic mirror. We can't see clear.
Cause everybody knows
that where the fuck is that.
the fucking best. We're the fucking best. Fucking best. We're the fucking best. We're the fucking best. We're the fucking best, baby. We're the fucking best. 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 We're the fucking best.
And everybody knows it. All you people in the chat know. We're all the fucking best. All of us. You, us,
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, that was one of my trolls, guys. When you see people, when I, you know, let me tell you guys a little story. So, once you get it, there's 33 people Illuminati confirmed. So once you get into the flat Earth community, right? Like when you first get in, and you like stop making flat Earth videos, right? Okay, like you know, most people mirror other people's videos, right? Like right now, I'm mirroring an Eric Dubay video because, like, I mean, I could do the research myself, but it's a lot of fucking work. You know what I mean? Plus, he read a lot of books and he's well studied and, like, you know, knowledge from these books that he read, and he shows you what books. I watched a stream or something he did where it showed like exactly what books he first started reading. So, you know, like, you know, he reads a lot of books, you know. But when it's like, this is what happens. It seems like, you know, I don't know where these trolls come from, right? But to me, you know, being from the street and knowing how to, like, you know, deal with you know, have people doing different things everywhere, you know, and have operations going on and things like that. Like when I was younger, you know, like I know for a fact that like these people are being sent here, and it's like, it seems like, all right, like if you mirror an Eric Dubay video, certain trolls show up, right? If you mirror a Dearth video, right? Certain trolls show up. It's like the same people for him, and then it's like the same names for Eric Dubay. But the people that show up for Eric Dubay, like that motherfucker, like, all right, like, they don't show up for Dearth. You know what I mean? Like, they won't show up for his videos. They only show up for Eric Dubay videos, right? And then, like, you know, like I'm just using them as examples because these are the people who have the most trolls. Like, if you want trolls to show up on your channel, mirror an Eric Dubay video, mirror a Dearth video, Russian Vids video, you'll have a million trolls. All right. Richie from Boston, trolls will show up. There's like certain people, if you mirror their videos, trolls show up. And I'm not saying they sent them, but like, all right, so I start, you know, I'm a real person, right? Like, and I was really, like, in the beginning, I was really, really investigating if the Earth was flat for myself. I wasn't just listening to what everybody was saying. I was watching the videos, but like I was really trying to figure it out, you know? And then, you know, every once in a while, you upload a video and they send like these trolls over and they're like, water doesn't always find its own level. And you're like, yeah, it does. And then they're like, look at this. And then they try to show you like a link and you click on it and it brings you to some weird channel, like off some shit you never even heard of, right? There was a couple people that I met that were all right, that are Globies that I talked to, that I go back and forth with, you know what I mean, on things. But there was like one guy, he's all right. There's one guy out of all the trolls that seemed to be, that I got to talking to and got through to him, and we've been talking back and forth, and he's all right. But other than that, like, they all pretty much come to test your brain. It's like they want to see if you really believe the Earth is flat, if you really know what you're talking about. Because, like, at first I was answering their questions for a while, right? I was like, you know, feeding the trolls. You know, people say don't feed the trolls. Well, I was feeding them. And I was like debunking them on things and stuff like that. And I had people in my chat debunking them too. Awesome Austin came over and debunked a few of them for me. At one point, and it was awesome. And you know, there was like a bunch of trolls fucking with me for a while, right? But it wasn't like them really fucking with me, because then I started realizing towards the end, right? Like it took months and months and months and months of them like testing me, right? And then like toward the end, right? It seemed like they were asking me flat Earth questions. They weren't asking me globe questions anymore. It was questions that a flat earther would ask. You know what I mean? Like I could tell. So I don't know about these trolls. You know what I'm saying? Like where they really come from. Just start paying attention to what videos the trolls show up to and who they are. And you'll start noticing it. It's like certain people have certain trolls. I don't know. It's almost like an IQ test for flat Earth, I think. Whatever.
The distance covered by an aircraft would be reduced or increased by the speed of the rotation according to whether such aircraft traveled in the same direction or against it. Thus, if the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute.
Like that guy that just showed up right now, right? Like, why does he only show up on Eric Dubé videos? You know what I mean? Like, what does he have? His fucking phone have an app set for Eric Dubé? Anytime an Eric Dubé video goes off, he knows. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is he?
On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently
I think people think I'm dumb. That's what I think it is. People just think I'm stupid.
been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off. Since both speeds are equal, there would, in addition, be no need to fly from one place to another situated on the same latitude. The aircraft could just rise and wait for the desired country to arrive in the ordinary course of the rotation, and then land. The heliocentric theory, literally flying in the face of direct observation, experimental evidence, and common sense, maintains that the ball Earth is spinning around its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the entire solar system rotates around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way speeds through the ever-expanding universe at over 670 million miles per hour, yet no one in history has ever felt a thing. We can feel the slightest breeze on a summer's day, but never one iota of air displacement from these incredible speeds. Heliocentrists claim with a straight face that their ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, dragging the atmosphere in such a manner as to perfectly cancel all centrifugal, gravitational, and inertial forces, so we do not feel the tiniest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. Such backpedaling, damage control, reverse engineered explanations certainly stretch the limits of credibility in the imagination, leaving much to be desired by discerning minds. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Dear reader, do you feel the motion? I trow not, for if you did, you would not so quietly be reading my book. I doubt not you have been, like myself, on a railway."
I think when the trolls show up, it means that they're on target. I think it means that they're more on target than anybody else. The more trolls that show up, it means that you're hitting the target. You're above the target.
A platform when an express train rushed wildly past at the rate of 65 miles per hour, when the concussion of the air almost knocked you down. But how much more terrible would be the shock of the Earth's calculated motion 1,000 times faster than the speed of the railway express? Thomas Winship wrote, "Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning round 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour, and gyrating across the heavens. Then let conjecture endeavor to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on, If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at the terrific rate of 1,000 miles per hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying. If the Earth and atmosphere are constantly revolving eastwards at 1,000 miles per hour, how is it that clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably go every which way, often traveling in opposing directions simultaneously? Why can we feel the slightest westward
That last one was a doozy. Woo!
breeze, but not the Earth's incredible supposed 1,000 mile per hour eastward spin? And how is it that the magic Velcro of gravity is strong enough to drag miles of Earth's atmosphere along, but weak enough to allow little bugs, birds, clouds, and planes to travel freely unabated in any direction? David.
You know, I like having people on the show and stuff. I kind of like doing shows by myself now. I mean, I'll have Cinsman on because it's half his show and stuff like that. But, like, I get more done. You guys notice that? Like, there's less fucking cross-talking, you know? Like, all the cross-talking. I can't take it anymore. I need peace.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
If you're going to maintain the paradigm that everything you see in the sky is an actual solar system, then you're never going to be able to really comprehend my data. What I believe is that our entire sky is simulated. And the sky is going to perpetuate the illusion that the sun is 93 million miles away. I don't believe any of that. This illusion of stars and this canopy that's over us that has us believing that there is freedom up there when it's not. We're in a contained area. The simulacrum is based off quantum principles. We are living within a mathematical construct that is operative every 138 years. I believe we live in a sentient biogram that is far more advanced than we're able to attain right now.
For fuck's sake. No one's breaking out the firmament. It's a spinning vortex and it's permanent. Wow. They already tried with Operation Fishbowl, but all I did was cause atmospheric turbulence. I told you. No one's breaking out the firmament. We're not. I'm positive, that's one thing I'm certain of. They already tried it with the Hadron Collider, but it never worked out and now it's disconcerting them. Everyone is trapped, we ain't going anywhere. You should be petrified, you should be very scared. If you wanna see the future, I'm already there. Everyone is trapped, we ain't going anywhere. And when you die, you're coming back, and that's a fact. And when you die again, you're coming back again, cause it's a trap. I must have done a couple 100,000 laps, but now I'm tired, I just need to take a nap. No one's breaking out the glass dome. Send help, I need to find a path home. I'm feeling homesick, that's why my heart's cold. All I see is disembodied entities and dark souls. Non-player characters, please don't talk to me, cause I will punch you in your face very forcefully. I wouldn't do that type of thing normally, but everyone is trapped in these magnetic vortices. I can manifest reality, I tempt fate. I'm overcoming all these algorithmic templates. I've been flying around the world with no restrictions, cause I don't need the job, but you mad, I'm exempt, mate. Don't piss me off, you know my strength's great. I just need to be alone, I need some headspace. I'm a very complicated person, I was meditating in assembly in 10th grade. Embrace your multi-dimensionality. Question everything, because anything is possible and everything is energy. You are a multi-dimensional god trapped inside a holographic matrix simulation. As we collapse this construct and break the endless cycle of reincarnation.
Wow. No one's breaking through the glass dome. I'm out at sea, I'm lost, I'm looking for the stars home. I keep on going north and going very far, bro. Discover ancient land underwater, that is raw, bro. This hidden continents, and you can't quite believe it. Practice meditation, astral travel, lucid dreaming. Do that every night and every day by using breathing. If you wanna question me, I'll kill you, bro, your soul is leaving. The bravest fucking heathen, all these people gases screaming. Isometric on the set, leaving people's insides bleeding. I don't have a reason, I just think I'm hearing demons. I know this voice ain't mine, not overcoming, I'll defeat it. Control, I'll delete it. My bars are more than deepish, magic spells, I feel it. Energy is creeping, up my spine I'm healing. I know I'm a light being, I've been to the 5th dimension, I know where they are concealing. No one's breaking out the firmament, cause all I see is NPCs, I think I'll murder them. All these ancient lands, you ain't ever heard of them. I'm just talking truth and I don't know why it's hurting them. My mission on this plane was a predetermined one. I'm looking for the answers, I need to start relearning them. I do some meditation, now I am observing them. I guess it's syncretism, all these pedos you are serving them. I'll fucking burn the cunts, diverting, I am cursing them. I think we just alerted them, the AI is preserving them. 33.4% will ascend, transferring them. They're getting out this holographic matrix, I'm converting them. I'm reading all the files, I keep the knowledge in my brain, and I have rolled for miles, nothing's getting in my way. I used to love this world, the smile was taken from my face. 20 years from now, we will see this system break.
I have many videos that are explaining the astronomical anomalies that the scientific community doesn't want to talk about, such as parallax, the lack of parallax, the actual documented photo templates that astronomers have studied for the past 100 years showing that no matter what Earth's position is, not one single instance of parallax has ever been documented, and that's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
Not bad, right? I mean, you know, everyone has different beliefs. It's okay. I accept all people. I accept all people. But I believe what I believe. And that's cool. It's cool with me. We can always agree to disagree. I don't like fighting with people, you know.
Continues singing in happy ignorance of any commotion in the heavens. Who has not noticed on a calm summer day the thistledown floating listlessly in the air, and the smoke ascending straight as an arrow from the peasant's cottage?
Oh, yeah?
Would not such light things as thistledown and smoke...
What are you saying, right, Russ? This is going to keep going, and it's going to be like, after this, Eric Dubé is going to stop, and they're going to play someone else? Yeah, I think this is going to be a good documentary.
Have to obey the impulse and go with the earth also?
This is called the best flat earth documentary ever. I mean, how... It's got to be the best one ever if it's called that, you know.
But they do not. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If the atmosphere rushes forward from west to east continually, we are again obliged to conclude that whatever floats or is suspended in it at any altitude must of necessity partake of its eastward motion. A piece of cork or any other body floating in still water will be motionless, but let the water be put in motion in any direction whatever, and the floating bodies will move with it, in the same direction and with the same velocity. Let the experiment be tried in every possible way, and these results will invariably follow. Hence, if the Earth's atmosphere is in constant motion from west to east, all the different strata which are known to exist in it, and all the various kinds of clouds and vapors which float in it, must of mechanical necessity move rapidly eastwards. But what is the fact? If we fix upon any star as a standard or datum outside the visible atmosphere, we may sometimes observe a stratum of clouds going for hours together in a direction the very opposite to that in which the Earth is supposed to be moving. Not only may a stratum of clouds be seen moving rapidly from east to west, but at the same moment, other strata may often be seen moving from north to south, or from south to north. It is a fact well known to aeronauts that several strata of atmospheric air are often moving in as many different directions at the same time. On almost any moonlit and cloudy night, different strata may be seen not only moving in different directions, but, at the same time, moving with different velocities, some floating past the face of the moon rapidly and uniformly, and others passing gently along, sometimes becoming stationary, then starting fitfully into motion, and often standing still for minutes together. In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the Earth must be motionless. The sky being very clear, the planet Venus was seen near the zenith, notwithstanding the brightness of the meridian sun. It enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal, both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the Peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki, on ascending the volcanic mountain of Carenia in Oahe, reached at 4,000 feet, an elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different, hygrometric and thermometric condition. Count Strzelecki further informed me of the following seemingly anomalous circumstance, that at the height of 6,000 feet he found the current of air blowing at right angles to both the lower strata, also of a different hydrometric and thermometric condition, but warmer than the inner stratum. Such a state of the atmosphere is compatible only with the fact which other evidence has demonstrated, that the earth is at rest. William Carpenter wrote, "It is a well-known fact that clouds are continually seen moving in all manner of direction. Yes, and frequently in different directions at the same time, from west to east being as frequent a direction as any other. Now if the earth were a globe revolving through space west to east at a rate of 19 miles in a second, the clouds appearing to us to move towards the east would have to move quicker than 19 miles in a
What's
second
up,
to be thus
Bearsworth?
seen."
Dude, Bearsworth is like the face of one of my channels. If you go to like Boston Ray, he has the Boston Ray t-shirt. He got the Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures t-shirt. And he's like the only short that I have up there or something. He's right at the beginning. He's like right when you pop on the channel. It's like Bearsworth.
Whilst those which appear to be moving in the opposite direction would have no necessity to be moving at all, since the motion of the earth would be more than sufficient to cause that appearance. But it only takes a little common sense to show us that it is the clouds that move, just as they appear to.
All right, so real quick, not to cut him off or anything. So this was flown in, I think, by the Sailing Fan. The Sailing Fan flew by. You know the Mariner 9, and he said, "This is everything the Bible says about the flat Earth." Let's see if I can. Can I zoom in? Oh, I can. Okay, a little bit. Oh, I don't want to fuck it up. Okay, so there you go. You got the waters above the firmament, the floodgates, the stars, the moon, the sun, everything within the firmament, the earth. Then underneath, you have the shield, the columns of the earth, the ocean, the waters below. Some people call it the living waters. Okay. The earth is a circle. Isaiah 40:22. Made with a compass. Proverbs 8:27. Laid upon a face. Genesis 1:2. Which is bounded. Job 26:10. As it ends. Job 38:13. It does not move. Psalms 93:1. And is covered by a dome. Genesis 1:6-8. It does say that in certain Bibles. Oh, I lost it. Hold on 1 second. Oh, don't run away from me. All right. Containing the sun, the moon, the stars. Genesis 1:14-18. So the sun and the stars are within. It says it in the Bible. Which are revolving. Enoch 75:3-4. And below is water. Genesis 1:6-8. Boom, baby. Back to Levelhead.
Does it sound all right out there?
Yeah, let me ask Scott. I seen Scott. Scott's in there. He's my sound man. Scott, what do you think?
Can we get it's like that guy, remember the guy, once they landed that rover on Jupiter, they all went crazy at NASA and everything, and they were taking questions from the audience, and every question he was answered, he was like looking to the back, he was like, I think Dominic could answer that one for you. Dominic, are you out there?
Yeah, we need like question answers.
Question and answers.
We need people to answer questions for us. Like if people have questions, we need like an official.
Adam Stelzer. Was that his name? Stelzer or something? Stoner?
Adam Stoner?
Yeah, we both reached her. Yeah, Adam Stoner.
What's it say? Someone's asking me something. Wise up.
Oh yeah, you want to play that?
Yeah, I can do it. Let me check. Hold on.
So like, what happened here is like, we have a drummer called Freddie Vox, and it's an amp that plays the drums, and excuse me, every time the drums Come On, right? It's a different drum beat. So it's like every song is going to sound different every time we play it, which is kind of cool because, like, no matter what show you listen to, you're going to hear the same song in a different way. So, like, you'll be like, oh, did you hear them play in Seattle? Oh, did you hear the version of this song that they did in California, down at the beach or whatever, you know, like South Carolina, wherever we go, because we're going on a tour. And it's going to be like, it's going to be so much fun, dude. Hopefully it happens. We're working on it. So, like, you know, we get it together, though, pretty good.
Give it up for Freddie Voss. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Broken down and tired, thinking that we live on a merry-go-round. There's no curve on the horizon. Tired, thinking that we live on a merry-go-round. There's no curve on the horizon. But there's truth if you set your ego down. Well, true, you be alive too. So easy to know. You be alive too. So wise up to the lies being told. Wise up, the lies are crushing your soul. Wise up to it time and time again. Wise up, go against the grain. Wise up, ignore the insane. Wise up, do it time and time again. For true, we do it for true. We do it for true. We do this for true. We do this for true. We do it for true. Do it for true. I wish that you could see that the open the sea.
by some crazy.
It's deep within your brain, 'cause the story's been ingrained
Since we were babies,
it's simple to observe. The horizon has no curve, but you remain blinded. 8 inches from miles square.
you should see it anywhere, but you'll never find it. Cause you're brainwashed.
I was
There too.
in a flock of sheep. You're in to believe you're brainwashed. You believe a fantasy that you'll never ever see.
Broken down and tired, thinking that we live on a merry-go-round. There's no curve at the horizon, but there's truth if you set your ego down.
You'll prove
you're being lied to,
so easy
to prove
you're being lied to. So wise up to the lies being told. Wise up, ain't no health in the soul. Wise up, time and time again. Wise up, go against the grain. Wise up, ignore the insane. Wise up, do it time and time again. For true.
do it for
Do it for true.
Do it for true. Do it for true. Just do it for true. Just do it for the truth. Just do it for true. Just do it for true.
Broken down and tired, thinking that we live on a merry-go-round. Something is true, you said you would go down. If you lied to wise up to the lies being told. Wise up, lies are crushing your soul. Wise up, do it time and time again. Wise up, go against the grain. Wise up, ignore the insane. Wise up, do it time and time again. Do it for true. Do it for true. Do it for true. Rise up, all the lies being told. Rise up, lies are crushing in your soul. Rise up, you do it time and time again. Do it for true. Rise up, go against the grain. Rise up, ignore the insane. Rise up, just do it time and time again. Rise up. Rise up, lies being told. Rise up, lies crushing your soul. Rise up, do it time and time again. 2, 3, 4, true.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so that drum machine throws us off sometimes, but like we're working on it. We're gonna fix it. Don't worry. We can do better. But you know what's so great about it? You know what's so great about Levelhead, guys? Dude, 24 people still here. That's good. All right, I'll show you. The reason why Levelhead is so great is because we're on a mission from God.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God. We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. No way.
We're on a mission from God. Matt, me and Elwood, putting the band back together.
Ma'am, you gotta understand that this is a lot bigger than any domestic problems you might be experiencing.
Would it make you feel any better if you knew that what we're asking Matt here to do is a holy thing?
You see, we're on a mission from God.
First you trade the Cadillac for a microphone. Then you lie to me about the band. Now you're gonna put me right back in the joint.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God. 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yep.
Love it. All right, let's get back to the presentation. Sidetracking. You see how we got it together there, though? You know, it's like it gets sloppy at sometimes, but we got it together, and it still sounded good because we rock. Because we rock.
To do, and that therefore the Earth is motionless. Heliocentrists believe the world beneath their feet is spinning at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, while perfectly pulling the entire atmosphere along for the ride. Meanwhile, at the mid-latitudes of USA and Europe, they believe the world and atmosphere spin around 900 to 700 miles per hour, decreasing gradually all the way down to 0 miles per hour at the North and South Poles, where the stagnant atmosphere apparently never moves, completely escaping the grips of gravity's magic Velcro. This means at all latitudes, every inch of the way, the atmosphere manages to perfectly coincide with the supposed speed of the Earth, compensating from 0 miles per hour at the poles all the way up to 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, and every speed in between. These are all lofty assumptions heliocentrists make without any experimental evidence to back them up. Marshall Hall said, "In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us because we have been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation and experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 mile per hour speed of the Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 mile per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 670 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught as scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate as aerial bombing in World War II down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at several hundred miles per hour and changing constantly with the latitude. Before heliocentric indoctrination, any child will look up to the sky and notice that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around a stationary Earth. All evidence from our perspective clearly demonstrates that we are fixed and the heavenly bodies circle around us. We feel the Earth as motionless and observe the sun, moon, stars, and planets to be moving entities. To suspend this common sense geocentric perspective and assume that it is actually the Earth rotating beneath us daily while revolving around the sun yearly is quite a theoretical leap to take without any empirical evidence to land on. Alan Daves said, "Ignorant folk think that such minority opinions as geocentrism are conspiracy theories. There is a real conspiracy for sure, but the sad thing is it is mostly a conspiracy of willful and apathetic ignorance for numerous reasons. The very people who would call geocentrists quack conspiracy theorists are either themselves completely ignorant of even modern cosmological axioms and principles of gravitation and mechanics, or they are just playing stupid, hoping no one will notice or call their bluff. What's even more hilarious is the fact that even folk like Stephen Hawking and a few intellectually honest physicists and cosmologists who would read what we are saying and are capable of understanding it know that what we have been saying is absolutely true. Not only do they admit that, but even snicker about it to each other. But they won't dare to address that too openly with the dumb, ignorant masses. Best not to confuse the common folk with unnecessary information and facts. Even more sad are all the others out there who don't have a clue what I'm saying here and shake their heads thinking they know something about physics that tells them that the Earth moves. If only they studied the textbooks and peer-reviewed papers a little closer, they would realize just how absolutely ignorant with a capital I that argument really is."
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted the Great Pyramid of Giza into the Vitruvian Man.
Don't put commercials on my channel. You didn't even monetize me. Pieces of shit.
The natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. From W.T. Lynn's First Principles of Natural Philosophy, the upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane, because if a part of the surface were higher than the rest, those parts of the fluid which were under it would exert a greater pressure upon the surrounding parts than they receive from them, so that motion would take place amongst the particles and continue until there were none at a higher level than the rest, that is, until the upper surface of the whole mass of fluid became a horizontal plane. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. Moreover, if the Earth is spherical, then it follows that the surface of all Earth's water, including the massive oceans, must maintain a certain degree of convexity. But this is contrary to the fundamental physical nature of water to always be and remain level. From William Thomas Wiseman's The Earth, an Irregular Plane. The surface of all water, when not agitated by natural causes, such as winds, tides, earthquakes, etc., is perfectly level. The sense of sight proves this to every unprejudiced and reasonable mind. Can any so-called scientist...
Okay, so right now I'm giving out wrenches on the Boston Ray channel. Whoever's over there, I just gave Carla Red Pill a wrench. Seeing she didn't have one, I gave someone else a wrench in there. Whoever's in there, if you're in the Boston, not the Mudfoot one, the regular Boston Ray channel, speak up. I'll give you a wrench right now. I'm giving out wrenches over there. Let's do it.
Who teaches that the earth is a whirling globe, take a heap of liquid water, whirl it around, and so make rotundity? He cannot. Therefore, it is utterly impossible to prove that an ocean is a whirling rotund section of a globular earth rushing through space at the lying given rate of false philosophers. If we were living on a whirling ball earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal, and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curveting downwards from the central summit. For example, if the ball Earth were 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomers say, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. To the benefit of true science...
I love it, Gary Thorsel says. Interesting. I love it. I love it. It is interesting. I find this stuff interesting. I really do.
And to the detriment of modern astronomy's pseudoscience, such an experiment can and has been tested. In Cambridge, England, there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford, which passes in a straight line through the fenlands known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind, and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity or curvature actually exists. In the latter part of the 19th century, Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a famous flat earther and author of the fine book Earth, Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without axial or orbital motion and the only material world in the universe, traveled to the Bedford Level and performed a series of experiments to determine whether the surface of standing water is flat or convex. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "A boat with a flagstaff, the top of the flag 5 feet above the surface of the water, was directed to sail from a place called Welch's Dam, a well-known ferry passage, to another called Welney Bridge. These 2 points are 6 statute miles apart. The author, with a good telescope, went into the water, and with the eye about 8 inches above the surface, observed the receding boat during the whole period required to sail to Welney Bridge. The flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the whole distance. There could be no mistake as to the distance passed over, as the man in charge of the boat had instructions to lift one of his oars to the top of the arch the moment he reached the bridge. The experiment commenced about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a summer's day, and the sun was shining brightly and nearly behind or against the boat during the whole of its passage. Every necessary condition had been fulfilled, and the result was to the last degree definite and satisfactory. The conclusion was unavoidable, that the surface of the water for a length of 6 miles did not to any appreciable extent decline or curvate downwards from the line of sight. But if the earth is a globe, the surface of the 6 miles length of water would have been 6 feet high.
Well, Gary Thorsel he speaks the truth. So I guess you can say school is a lie, only used to program the next generation. So sad. It is sad, Gary Thorsel, but sometimes the truth hurts, you know? But I found out it's better to be brutally honest with people in life, and then they respect you more in the end. They might get triggered at first. They might not like what you're saying to them, but at least they'll respect you.
Higher in the center than at the 2 extremities. From this experiment it follows that the surface of standing water is not convex, and therefore that the earth is not a globe. On the contrary, this simple experiment is all sufficient to prove that the surface of the water is parallel to the line of sight, and is therefore horizontal, and that the earth cannot be other than a plane.
Okay, did you see what he just showed
second
there?
Experiment,
he zoomed out The boat was over the horizon. It looks like it went over the curve, right? Like if you were watching that boat, you would think it went down over the curve of the earth, right? Because that's the limitation of our eyes. That's as far as our eyes can see. This type of camera, they can zoom in and bring the boat back or zoom out or whatever. You know what I mean? It's not the curve of the earth. It's the distance that your eyes can see. And they use that against us. They use the limitation of our eyes against us. But I don't know if they knew we were going to get these cameras one day or what, they might have. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't know we were going to be smart enough to figure it out.
Dr. Robotham placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface. Near the last one, he also positioned a longer 8-foot staff bearing a 3-foot flag so that its bottom aligned precisely with the tops of the other flags. He then mounted a telescope at a height of 5 feet behind the first flag and took his observations.
Ads in 2, 1. Boom, baby. Got ready to introducing StreamYard. I don't mind StreamYard. They're pretty good, actually.
Of 25,000 miles, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags simply established the line of sight. The third flag should then fall 8 inches below the second, the fourth flag 32 inches below, the fifth 6 feet, the sixth 10 feet 8 inches, and the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight.
16
Even if the Earth
feet 8 inches below the line of sight, it's the last one should be. But it wasn't. Fuck you.
The globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is, not a single inch of curvature was detected, and the flags all lined up perfectly as consistent with a flat plane. Dr. Robotham wrote, the rotundity of the Earth would necessitate the above conditions, but as they cannot be found to exist, the doctrine must be pronounced as only a simple theory, having no foundation in fact, a pure invention of misdirected genius, splendid in its comprehensiveness in bearing upon natural phenomena, but nevertheless, mathematical and logical necessities compel its denunciation as an absolute falsehood. Dr. Robotham conducted several other experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. His findings caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 30 years of his efforts, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. William Carpenter wrote, "Is water level, or is it not?" was a question once asked of an astronomer. "Practically, yes. Theoretically, no," was the reply. Now, when theory does not harmonize with practice, the best thing to do is to drop the theory. It is getting too late now to say, so much the worse for the facts. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. From the June 26, 1896 edition of the English Mechanic, since any given body of water must have a level surface, no one part higher than another, and seeing that all our oceans, a few inland seas excepted, are connected together, it follows that they are all, virtually, of the same level. Astronomers say the magical magnetism of gravity is what keeps all the oceans of the world stuck to the ball Earth. They say that because the Earth is so massive, by virtue of this mass, it creates a magic force able to hold people, oceans, and atmosphere tightly clung to the underside of the spinning ball. Unfortunately, however, they cannot provide any practical example of this on a scale smaller than the planetary. For example, a spinning wet tennis ball has the exact opposite effect of the supposed ball Earth. Any water poured over it simply falls off the sides, and giving it a spin results in water flying off
What's
360
up,
degrees
Jellyhead?
like a dog shaking off after a bath.
How you doing, man?
Astronomers concede the wet tennis ball example displays the opposite effect of their supposed ball Earth, but claim that at some unknown mass, the magic adhesive properties of gravity suddenly kick in, allowing the spinning wet tennis ball Earth to keep every drop of gravitized water stuck to the surface.
That would be cool to have a dude named Jellyhead in the band Levelhead, you know, because we have the band Levelhead now, and like if we had like a dude named Jellyhead in the band Levelhead, that'd be kind of cool. But too bad you live overseas.
And their theory flies in the face of all practical evidence, but they've been running with it for 500 years, so why stop now? William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. The assertion that they could be retained under these circumstances being an outrage
Grand
upon
Rising,
human
Morgan.
understanding and credulity. But as the Earth, that is, the habitable world of dry land, is found to be standing out of the water and in the water of the mighty deep, whose circumferential boundary is ice, we may throw the statement back into the teeth of those who made it, and flaunt before their faces the flag of reason and common sense, inscribed with the proof that the Earth is not a globe. In one portion of its long route, the great river Nile flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. This is a feat which, of course, would be a sheer impossibility if the Earth had spherical curvature. Many other rivers, including the Congo in West Africa, the Amazon in South America, and the Mississippi in North America, all flow for thousands of miles in directions totally incompatible with the supposed globularity of the Earth as well." Thomas Winship wrote, "Rivers run down to the sea because of the inclination of their beds. Rising at an altitude above sea level, in some cases thousands of feet above the sea, they follow the easiest route to their level, the sea. The Parana and the Paraguay in South America are navigable for over 2,000 miles, and their waters run the same way until they find their level of stability where the sea tides begin. But if the world be a globe, the Amazon in South America, that flows always in an easterly direction, would sometimes be running uphill and sometimes down, according to the movement of the globe. Then the Congo in West Africa, that always pursues a westerly course to the sea, would in the same manner be running alternately up and down. When that point of the globe exactly between them was up, they would both be running up, although in opposite directions. And when the globe took half a turn, they would both be running down. We know from practical experiment that water will find its level, and cannot by any possibility remain other than level, or flat, or horizontal, whatever term may be used to express the idea. It is therefore quite out of the range of possibility that rivers could do as they would have to do on a globe." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Who ever heard of a river in any part of its course flowing uphill? Yet this it would require to do were the earth a globe. Rivers like the Mississippi, which flow from the north southwards towards the equator, would need, according to modern astronomic theory, to run upwards, as the earth at the equator is said to bulge out considerably more, or, in other words, is higher than at any other part. Thus, the Mississippi, in its immense course of over 3,000 miles, would have to ascend 11 miles before it reached the Gulf of Mexico." And William Carpenter wrote, "There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface, and at the same time. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill and others down, taking it for a fact that there really is an up and down in nature, whatever form she assumes. But since rivers do not flow uphill, and the globular theory requires that they should, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe." Whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, or flying 100,000 feet in the air, the always horizontal horizon line always rises up to meet the eye level of the observer.
Yes, Gary Thor. So this should be shown at school. It should. You can all sub each other. That's why you have wrenches. Just click on the channel and go to the channel and sub it. Everybody needs subs, right? That's the only way you're gonna show up on YouTube. If you start getting subs, then your channel starts to show up.
And remains perfectly flat. You can test for yourself on a beach or hilltop, in a large field or desert, aboard a hot air balloon or helicopter, You will see the panoramic horizon ascend with you and remain completely level all around.
Yes.
If the Earth were actually a big ball, however, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around.
Yes.
Standing in a rising balloon, you would have to look downwards to the horizon. The highest point of the ball Earth would be directly beneath you and declining on each side. Amateurs have sent balloons to heights of over 121,000 feet, and you can watch video online of the horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around. NASA videos and other official sources, however, such as the recent Red Bull skydive at 128,000 feet, have been caught adding fake curvature to the Earth via wide-angle lenses and post-production work. Panoramic photos atop Mount Everest also often claim to be displaying Earth's curvature, but this is simply the result of distortions and limitations inherent in wide-angle lenses. Samuel Shenton wrote, "The camera-distorted horizons have always been a misleading factor with those who have not freed their minds from the planet or globe Earth indoctrination. 3 or 4 years ago, the USIS booklet Science Horizons carried a note to the effect that the Americans hoped to produce a lens which would not distort level horizons. So far, I am not aware that such aid to truer photography has yet been made available. Flat earthers, however, can prove that due to the known laws of perspective, the horizon optically rises and remains level with the observer's or the camera's eye, no matter what height is achieved. In fact, the Earth immediately beneath balloon, airplane, rocket, or capsule presents a dish-shaped or concave-like appearance, the point of Earth immediately below the vehicle appearing the lowest. It is not the highest point of your globe Earth, with the dip or curvature of the ball sweeping away downward to a horizon far away below the eye level. If the Earth were actually a big ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would be noticeably curved even at sea level, and everything on or approaching the horizon would appear to tilt backwards slightly from your perspective. Distant buildings along the horizon would all look like leaning towers of Pisa falling away from the observer. A hot air balloon taking off, then drifting steadily away from you on a ball Earth would slowly and constantly appear to lean back more and more the farther away it flew, the bottom of the basket coming gradually into view as the top of the balloon disappears from sight. In reality, however, buildings, balloons, trees, people, anything and everything at right angles to the ground or horizon remains so regardless the distance of the observer. B. Chasbro wrote, "The marine horizon, from whatever position it is viewed, always appears to be, and is, in fact, a perfectly level line, and since this appearance is the same in all parts of the world, its surface must be level, and therefore the earth is a plane. This may be proved to be the case by erecting at a suitable elevation on the seashore a duly leveled board or a string, at right angles to a plumb line, tightly stretched between two vertical poles. On looking towards the sea, the horizontal line for a distance of 20 miles may be easily observed, and throughout its entire length it will be found to coincide with the straight edge or string. But if the Earth were a globe, the horizontal line would form an arc of 20 miles in length, curveting both ways from the center at the rate of 8 inches multiplied by the square of the distance. Hence the horizontal line at either end of the distance ought to be depressed some 66 feet below the horizon in the center. But as no such appearance is ever presented, it necessarily follows that the Earth cannot be a globe, or other than a plane. Anyone can prove the sea horizon perfectly straight and the entire Earth perfectly flat using nothing more than a level, tripods, and a wooden plank. At any altitude above sea level, simply fix a 6 to 12 foot long, smooth leveled board edgewise upon tripods and observe the skyline from eye level behind it. The distant horizon will always align perfectly parallel with the upper edge of the board. Furthermore, if you move in a half circle from one end of the board to the other whilst observing the skyline over the upper edge, you will be able to trace a clear, flat 10 to 20 miles depending on your altitude. This would be impossible if the Earth were a globe and the surface of water convex. If the Earth were actually a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, The horizon would align over the center of the board, but then gradually, noticeably, decline towards the extremities. Just 10 miles on each side would necessitate an easily visible curvature of 66.6 feet from each end to the center. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "It is known that the horizon at sea, whatever distance it may extend to the right and left of the observer on land, always appears as a straight line. The following experiment has been tried in various parts of the country. At Brighton, on a rising ground near the racecourse, 2 poles were fixed in the earth, 6 yards apart, and directly opposite the sea. Between these poles a line was tightly stretched parallel to the horizon. From the center of the line, the view embraced not less than 20 miles on each side, making a distance of 40 miles. A vessel was observed sailing directly westwards. The line cut the rigging a little above the bulwarks, which it did for several hours or until the vessel had sailed the whole distance of 40 miles. The ship, coming into view from the east, would have to ascend an inclined plane for 20 miles until it arrived at the center of the arc, whence it would have to descend for the same distance. The square of 20 miles, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 266 feet, as the amount the vessel would be below the line at the beginning and at the end of the 40 miles. From the high land near Portsmouth Harbour in Hampshire, England, looking across Spithead to the Isle of Wight, the entire base of the island, where water and land come together, composes a perfectly straight line, 22 statute miles long. According to the ball earth theory, the Isle of Wight should decline 80 feet from the center on each side to account for the necessary curvature. The crosshairs of a good theodolite directed there, however, have repeatedly shown the land and water line to be perfectly level. On a clear day from the high land near Douglas Harbour on the Isle of Man, the whole length of the coast of North Wales is often plainly visible to the naked eye. From the Point of Ayr at the mouth of the River Dee to Holyhead comprises a 50-mile stretch, which has also been repeatedly found to be perfectly horizontal. If the Earth actually had curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, the 50-mile length of Welsh coast, seen along the horizon in Liverpool Bay, would have to decline from the center point an easily detectable 416 feet on each side. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "But as such declination or downward curvation cannot be detected, the conclusion is logically inevitable that it has no existence. Let the reader seriously ask whether any and what reason exists in nature to prevent the fall of more than 500 feet being visible to the eye or incapable of detection by any optical or mathematical means whatsoever. This question is especially important when it is considered that at the same distance and on the upper outline of the same land, changes of level of only a few yards extent are quickly and unmistakably perceptible. If a man is guided by evidence and reason, and influenced by a love of truth and consistency, he cannot longer maintain that the earth is a globe. He must feel that to do so is to war with the evidence of his senses, to deny that any importance attaches to the fact and experiment, to ignore entirely the value of logical process, and to cease to rely upon practical induction."
Boom, baby. Kimbo Kush. I got Jack.
Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to fact.
I finally got lucky today, Morgan. I got Jack Herer. Dabs.
Factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example,
It cost me a fucking arm and a leg, though.
are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. One of the civil engineers in this district, after some amount of argument on each side as to the reason why no allowance for curvature was made, said he did not believe anybody would know the shape of the earth in this life." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible." Engineer W. Winkler wrote into the Earth Review, October 1893, regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only..."
I seen someone just say that me and Sam with Fan Man have shows of substance. Yeah, well, that's what I try. And he does too.
Permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is a clear proof of the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. The average level of the Mediterranean is 6 inches above the Red Sea, while the flood tides in the Red Sea rise 4 feet above the highest and drop 3 feet below the lowest in the Mediterranean, making the half-tide level of the Red Sea the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, and the 100 miles of water in the canal all a clear continuation of the same horizontal line. Were they instead the supposed curved line of globe earthers, the water in the center of the canal would be 1,666 feet above the respective seas on either side. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The distance between the Red Sea at Suez and the Mediterranean Sea is 100 statute miles, the datum line of the canal being 26 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and is continued horizontally the whole way from sea to sea, there not being a single lock on the canal. The surface of water being parallel with the datum line, it is thus clear that there is no curvature or globularity for the whole 100 miles between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Had there been, according to the astronomic theory, the middle of the canal would have been 1,666 feet higher than at either end, whereas the canal is perfectly horizontal for the whole distance. The Great Canal of China, said to be 700 miles in length, was made without regard to any allowance for supposed curvature, as the Chinese believe the earth to be a stationary plane. I may also add that no allowance was made for it in the North Sea Canal or in the Manchester Ship Canal, both recently constructed, thus clearly proving that there is no globularity in earth or sea, so that the world cannot possibly be a planet. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the earth be the globe of popular belief, it is very evident that in cutting a canal, an allowance must be made for the curvature of the globe, which allowance would correspond to the square of the distance multiplied by 8 inches."
Nice. Scottie Pippen Kush. Nice. I never heard of it, but nice. Scottie Pippen.
From the age of 5th August 1892,
Chicago Bulls, baby. Boom.
I extract the following. The German Emperor performed the ceremony of opening the gates of the Baltic and North Sea Canal in the spring of 1891. The canal starts at Holtenau on the south side of Kiel Bay and joins the Elbe 15 miles above its mouth. It is 61 miles long, 200 feet wide at the surface and 85 feet at the bottom, the depth being 28 feet. No locks are required, as the surface of the two seas is level.
Let's see how the
Let
chat.
those
Let's
who
see how the
believe
chat's
it is
going.
the practice for surveyors to
still
make
here.
allowance for curvature ponder over the following from the Manchester Ship Canal Company, Earth Review, October 1893. It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. Adding the station's actual height, 240 feet, to its theoretical inclination, 5,400 feet, gives 5,640 feet as the rail's necessary height on a globe Earth, more than 1,000 feet taller than Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in Great Britain.
Okay.
Thomas Winship wrote, in projecting...
We're only an hour and 20 minutes through this 6-hour documentary. Okay, this is big. This is big, but we need some music in between. We gotta mix it up. I don't even know. I hope this is a good one. I hope it's a good one. We'll get back to it. I have a ton of stuff on the roster. All right, let's see what we play next. Hopefully we do a good job.
Do it for truth.
I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied. How you guys?
We can do better.
We can do better. Yeah, that's our motto. We can do better. Level ahead. We can do better.
It's got all kinds of meanings, actually.
It could mean anything, really. We're not even sure what it means ourselves, but we say it for everything. Like we'll see like a video on TV, and we'll be like, oh, that's pretty cool, but we can do better. Or like we'll hear a song, we'll be like, yeah, that's a good song, but we can do better. Or like you could be like,
or when we really blow it, we could be like, yo, dude, we could do better.
Yeah, we go better.
It's
Tommy Tell the Truth, Darryl Davis. Yeah, I harvested all my buds today, Darryl. I had the Guatemalan on the first floor helping. Don't worry, we got new strings. I told Christian earlier, this guitar is more important to me than my woman.
$50.
Thank you, Jenny.
We don't need no education. We don't need no force control. No dark sarcasms in the classroom. Teachers, leave those kids alone. Hey, teachers, leave those kids alone. All in all, you're just another brick. All in all, we don't need interrogations. We don't need no mind control. No state events or wars on terror. Tyrants, leave those folks alone. Hey, tyrants, leave those folks alone. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. All we know is that's no future at all. Need no education. We don't need no force control. Stop sarcasm in the classroom. Just leave those kids alone. Hey, teachers, leave those kids alone. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall.
Hit you with the bass and then the treble clef. Smoking all your weed until there's nothing left. Level head. Level head.
Don't need interrogation.
We don't need no mind control. No stage events or wars on terror. Pirates lead those folks alone. Hey, pirates! Leave those folks alone.
All we know is
just us.
freedom does continue to fall. All we know is that's no future at all.
Freddie Box on the drums. Christian Knapp on the keys.
Ray Betts on the guitar.
Ray Betts.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. You know, that's how rough sometimes because we got to get used to the beat. You know, it's a problem, but we'll fix it. We can do better. We can do better. Now I can't even get out of this fucking thing. Today in history. Who gives a fuck? Get the fuck out of my my face. Today in history, this happened. A Mideast passage in India spurs global crisis. Oh, you know it's fake. Oh, all right, get back to where we were. All right.
Railways on a globe, the datum line would be the arc of a circle corresponding to the latitude of the place. That the datum line for the railway projections is always a horizontal line proves that the general configuration of the world is horizontal.
Gary Dorsal.
To support the globe theory,
we are going to play everywhere. We've been doing this thing called the Flat Yard Barbecue Tour. We already played at Faye's house. And, like, we're going to go across the whole country, man. It's going to be a big undertaking, but, like, we're going to, like, stop at people's houses. We're going to have, like, meetups and have people come watch us play and stuff. It's going to be cool. If, like, you know, we're gonna chart a course. We're going to, like, stick to it, and we're going to, like, stay at people's houses and stuff, and hopefully, and, like, you know, chill for, like, a couple of days and jam out and just, like, fucking have a blast. And let everybody, you know, hopefully the people that we go, we can have, like, you know, people over, have some sort of a gathering with a barbecue or something, you know.
Gentlemen of the
some place where it's warm, you know what I mean? We're going to get out of where it's cold, and we're going to go someplace warm, hopefully.
The observatories should call upon the surveyor to prove that he allows
the
necessary amount for curvature.
You know, we're actually raising money for the trip right now, and you know, a lot of donations are going to go to that. If you donate to Christian Knapp, I'm getting his Nightbar puts his links in themellorealm.com. Any donations that go to him, you just let him know it's for the band, and he takes care of it. And we're just, you know, it's all good. We're doing very well. We got a few good donations so far, and we're getting there. You know, we gotta, like, it's a lot. We need, like, a bus. You know, we need a bus to go across the country, like some sort of vehicle that can carry a lot of equipment and a lot of people. It's going to be tough, but it could happen.
But this is what the learned men dare not do, as it is.
But also, we've been practicing our asses off. We released our first single. We're going to start doing live streams, level like the one you just watched. That was a live stream we did, but this big channel was down, so not a lot of people saw it.
It is well known that the allowance for the supposed curvature is never made. David Ward Lawson wrote,
we would.
In a long line like that of the Great
we would
Pacific
have
Railway.
well, Gary Thorso, I don't really have a P.O. box per se, but if you email me, I can give you an address that you could like mail me something. Yeah.
Extending across North America, the supposed curvature would, of course, be proportionally great, extending to many miles in height, but not 1 inch was allowed by the engineers for curvature during the whole course of the construction of that vast line of railway. And if we think of it, how could it be otherwise? All railway metals must of necessity be straight, for how could any engine or carriage run with safety on a convex surface? J.C. Bourne, in his book, The History of the Great Western Railway, stated that the entire original English railroad, more than 118 miles long, that the whole line, with the exception of the inclined planes, may be regarded practically as level. The British Parliament session in 1862 that approved its construction recorded in Order Number 44 for the proposed railway that the section be drawn to the same horizontal scale as the plan and to a vertical scale of not less than 1 inch to every 100 feet, and shall show
Sailor
the
Fair
surface.
Man made the music video. I asked Holistic Media to make one. I think she's gonna. I sent her an email about it. India, I sent you an email about it. I don't know if you got that. I don't know if you got the facsimile. India, I don't think you got the facsimile over in the UK, but I asked you to make me a music video. Also, Singe Man might work on one, but yeah, we'll have 3 of them. It'll be awesome. But yeah, maybe Sailor Fair Man's is gonna be the official one. You know, we'll see. It's like Star Search. It's like Star Search at this point.
Of the ground marked on the plan, the intended level of the proposed work, the height of every embankment, and the depth of every cutting, and a datum horizontal line, which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the
You want to hear the song,
Thomas
Russ? All right, Russ. Russ said which song? Okay, I'll show you. We Levelhead released its first single, and it's called "They Lie to Us." Sorry about that. I'm checking my emails. All right. Back to the Flat Earth documentary. I think it's going somewhere. Well, that was a Foley. Official Late Night Live Foley. All right, anyway, so no, I'm trying to find this email so I can put it through the back door. You know what I mean? But I might have to go to the front door. So you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna play a song, okay? I don't want to ruffle your feathers. I'm gonna play a song. I'm gonna look for this, and I'm gonna try to play it if I can find it. I should be able to find it on the computer. They're just killing me with the on my cell phone bullshit. It being overfilled. The best apocalypse. Let me see. What should I play? All right.
Forced into my mind this made up glow. Now I've set free my mind. I let it go. If this life should last forever, at least we are together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. It's not a glow. I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comets. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
All right, so the debut of the new Levelhead video from Silent Fan Man. You ready? Tonight, right now. What time is it? Let's just take a roster here. All right, it's 3:13 in the morning. I'm building suspense. You see what I'm doing here? We got 14 people in the chat. 34 thumbs up. We need more. Thumb it up. Boston Ray. We have one person in the chat. Ruckus. Flat Accord Music was there. Hold on, I got to give Ruckus a wrench over there. Building suspense here. Ruckus needs a wrench over in Boston Ray's chat. All right, where is it? We'll give her a wrench. All right, she's a good mod. She's been doing a good job. All right, so now now we're building suspense. We got 13 thumbs up over on Boston Ray. What's going on? Get over to Boston Ray. Look, this channel right here, the one that looks like this. We're live over there too. Look, I'll even give you a link to the channel. Boom. Nightbot, do my job for me. Okay. Now we have the Silent Fan Man debut here of Levelhead. Okay. You guys ready for this? Can you handle it? I think I'm authorized to do this. All right, let's go. I think it was rubber stamped. I'm going to take myself off the screen.
lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They lie to us about everything. Everything. Everything's a lie. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all lies. They lie to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. The Earth is fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lie to us about 9/11. There was no planes in that attack. That attack. That attack. It was attack on us. On us. On us. On us. Every single day. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies. Everything's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They lie to us about everything. Everything. Everything's a lie. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all lies. They lie to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. The Earth is fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lie to us on the news every single day. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies.
Myself in here. All right. Yeah, that's awesome, Sailor Fair Man. If I had an MP4 version, I could upload it to my channel. Papa Will, yeah, there is a link to that song if you want it. I'll show you. Well, it's on a lot of channels now, but I'll give you the official one, okay? And that's on Christian Knapp's channel. That's the official link for the original version. I think it's there still. Yeah, there it is. All right, I'll show you guys. I'll pop it in the chats. All right, Boston Ray. I'll get you a wrench too, Papa Will. Hold on. More people are on the other channel, Papa Will. More people to talk to on Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. I'll get you that link too, Papa Will. See, you see how I'm helping guide people here. All right, so that's the link to They Lie to Us. Okay, Boston Ray. They lied to us. Thank you, Silverfair Man. Yeah, try to send me an MP4 if you can. Oh, you did? All right, thank you. Beautiful. 33 thumbs up. Illuminati confirmed. All right. So then I'm gonna put a link to the big channel where everybody is and all the other channels. Okay. So if you guys are over there, you can move over to the big channel. Okay, where everybody is, so we can gather everybody together. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get everybody in one spot, even though I'm streaming on 3 channels. Oh, well, I can't leave a link in that channel. Okay, well, I'll leave a link in here. We are here. There's a ton of people. All right, we got 2 people over on Boston Ray, and we got a ton of people in Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. There's the link. Go talk to everybody. Mingle. That's the whole point of the show, All right. Back to the lecture at hand. What's up, Machine Head? I'm going to make myself a coffee and get something to drink, guys. It's time for a break for me, but I'm going to let the video play, and we'll pray that it doesn't play any commercials in between. Fucking goddamn commercials. They won't give me any monetization, but yet they want to get the commercials on.
Mile every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles, higher than expected. A plane flying at a typical 35,000 feet, wishing to maintain that altitude at the upper rim of the so-called troposphere in 1 hour, would find themselves over 200,000 feet high in the mesosphere, with a steadily raising trajectory the longer they go. I have talked to several pilots, and no such compensation for the Earth's supposed curvature is ever made. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is ever taken into consideration. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be obvious to the reader that if the Earth be the globe of popular belief, the rules observed for navigating a vessel from one part of this globe to another must be in conformity to its figure. The datum line in navigation would be an arc of a circle, and all computations would be based on the convexity of water and worked out by spherical trigonometry. Let me preface my remarks on the important branch of our subject by stating that at sea, the datum line is always a horizontal line. Spherical trigonometry is never used, and not 1 out of 1,000 shipmasters understands spherical trigonometry. Airline pilots and sea navigators fly and sail as though the Earth were a plane. Pilots reach their desired altitude and maintain it effortlessly for hours, never contending with anything like the 2,777 feet per minute of forced inclination due to Earth's supposed curvature. Similarly, ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. From Navigation and Nautical Astronomy, plain sailing is usually defined to be the art of navigating a ship on the supposition that the Earth is a plane. Even when longitude enters into consideration, it is still with the plane triangle only that we have to deal. But as the investigation here given in the text shows, the rules for plain sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be evident to everyone who understands what a triangle is that the base of any such figure on a globe would be an arc of a circle of which the center would be the center of the globe. Thus, instead of a plane triangle, the figure would contain one plane angle and 2 spherical angles. Hence, if the plane triangle is what we have to deal with, and such is the case, the base of the triangle would be a straight line, the ocean. That all triangulation used at sea is plane proves that the sea is a plane. The foregoing quotation states that a plane triangle is used for a spherical surface, but the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. What fine reasoning! It is like saying that the rules for describing a circle are those used for drawing a square, but they would equally hold good though the figure were a square. Plain sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were, in fact, a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea. Navigation in theory and practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming the Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Thomas Winship wrote, "Plain sailing proves that the surface of water is a plane or horizontal surface, and in practice it is shown that this plane extends for many thousands of miles. Whether the voyage is outwards or homewards makes no difference, thus showing that a short voyage to the Cape and back to England can be accomplished by plain sailing. The fact that water is flat like a sheet of paper, when undisturbed by wind and tide, is my working anchor, and the powerful ground tackle of all those who reject the delusions of modern theoretical astronomy. Prove water to be convex, and we will at once and forever recant and grant you anything you like to demand." William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe." And David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The needle of this most important instrument is straight, its two ends pointing north and south at the same time. Consequently, the meridians must also be straight, whereas on a globe they are semicircles. Even at the equator, the needle points straight, which would be impossible, were that the midway of a vast convex globe, as in such case the one end would dip towards the north, and the other be pointed towards the sky. Again, the navigator, when he goes to sea, takes his observations and relies on the compass to guide him as to the direction in which he wishes to proceed. He does not provide himself with the model of a globe, which, if the world were a globe, would surely be the safest plan for him to adopt, but he takes flat maps or charts. Thus, in practice, he sails his ship as if the sea were horizontal, though in theory he had been erroneously taught that it is convex." In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a world cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, It is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica, or the hypothetical southern continent, wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds, if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds, and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5th, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might, with equal chance of success, try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass. William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference, which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains who have been educated in the globular theory know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west.
Thank you, Emilios, man. I've been here the whole time. I promise.
Circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts,
the only way to
stating
go
that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a
If you don't have yourself a Sailing Fan Man cup,
expedition to the Antarctic from
if you don't have yourself one of these Sailing Fan Man mugs,
to June 10th,
okay,
1842,
they're pretty easy to get. I think you got to go through him, but
and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journal,
You're missing out on life.
Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the Earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they..."
I think Sailing Fairman's here too. Well, he was here. He's probably still here. He's around. He's lurking.
Cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the Earth...
I'm drinking, honestly, I'm drinking Starbucks. Oh, hold on. Starbucks coffee, I think it is. My girlfriend got it from Amazon. They deliver.
...is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference. Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the
My girlfriend, my fiance, my baby's mama, I call her all different things. My old lady, even though she's younger than me."
Southern Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball Earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the Earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical or 1,633 statute miles, allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34-degree southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34 degrees latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the deep south experienced 12-plus mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore, the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distance.
You know, I was thinking about checking him on his math there, but you know, it's like the old saying from what movie was it? You can get a good look at a T-bone if you stick your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it.
Distances are nautical measure, which reduced to statute miles gives the actual distance from the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the Earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south, must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude." And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the Earth, are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator, going southwards, that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the Earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the Earth is not a globe."
I phoned up Antarctica. There's like a tourist umbrella you have to go through, and I sort of said, "Oh, I've got loads of money. I've got boats in Hawaii and India," which I don't. And me and some friends were going to hack down to Antarctica and walk across it. And I got loads of emails of these people saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't. Fill out your permits. You've got Orange membership. Fill out this. Why are you coming?" I got like totally hammered just for saying I'm coming to Antarctica. What I found is you're only allowed in through New Zealand, South America at the bottom, and South Africa at the bottom. And they take you in, you see some penguins, you sleep somewhere cold, and they throw you back out, all for like $5,000. Now, it's totally locked down, and I did an article about it where I looked at the Treaty of Antarctica, which is some countries got together and locked it down. They've got a lot of science research going on there, and they just don't let anyone in. Now, where this treaty meet, they have a big table that's shaped in a pyramid with the top hole, which is, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's obviously something there. What would you like to add on the Antarctica rim model, Eric?
Yeah, so Antarctica is not just the tiny ice continent on the bottom of the globe that it shows, but it is the case that no matter where you are on Earth, if you go southwards from there, you'll hit Antarctica. So if you imagine expanding that little Antarctic continent on the bottom of the globe out to an ice rim all the way across along around the Earth rather, the North Pole being in the center, anywhere you go in a straight line, you will end up going to the ice wall.
Yeah, and many boats through, since the 40s, 50s have talked about my instruments went crazy, there were ice walls for hundreds of miles, I got lost. There's so many of these stories.
Yeah, and so they say that there's a South Pole somewhere too on part of that guided tour that you're talking about. They've got an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice that they've put a red and white barbershop pole with a ball earth on top of it and claim that that's the South Pole. But they even admit that it's not the real South Pole because the real geomagnetic South Pole is constantly moving. So since it's constantly moving, you're never really going to be able to see it. But the reality is they can't have people going down there with a compass and checking to see if it really is the South Pole.
Last year, Prince Harry was down there, and he basically just made some filming. He was with Rupert and Tarquin and a few of his friends, and the story was on all the mainstream news, Prince Harry in Antarctica. Oh, we had to go back. It was just too cold. My foot got blisters and frostbite. What the message to the subconscious is, it doesn't matter how rich you are, don't go there. It's too cold.
They know that Prince Harry and a team of injured servicemen and women have been walking to the South Pole. Well, they've got there. They've completed the 200-mile Walking with the Wounded South Pole Challenge. That's its proper name. They've spent more than 3 weeks trekking through Antarctica, and this was what it sounded like at the moment when they arrived at the bottom of the world.
Let's go!
Almost sounds quite restrained, doesn't it, after all that effort? Well, they spent 20 hours in a cold chamber. This was the prince and the other competitors who were with him to prepare for the conditions that they were going to find down there. The expedition was supposed to be a race. You might remember it being billed that way before it started, but the weather became so bad as they went along that they scrapped the competitive side of things and just joined up as one big team instead. And this was how Harry reacted after completing the mission.
We're here, we made it. It's Friday 13th. We've had so many things go against us. We've had beautiful weather, but bad weather before, and bad terrain, and injuries and stuff like that. But everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is. But the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. The founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 meters away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the
and
ball to where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question.
Something for you
It's
to
not
work
one I
on.
can answer, but it's a very good.
If the Earth were truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways. Thomas Winship says, "If the Earth be the globe of popular belief, the same amount of heat and cold, summer and winter should be experienced at the same latitudes north and south of the equator. The same number of plants and animals would be found, and the same general conditions exist. That the very opposite is the case disproves the globular assumption. The great contrasts between places at the same latitudes north and south of the equator is a strong argument against the received doctrine of the rotundity of the Earth. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately -57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region...
All right, boys. I think it's time to shoot the moon. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it ready. You know what that means, right? Fuck is it? I can never find it in time. Oh, I'm so amateur hour. I'm never gonna be anything. All right, where is it? Here it is.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon. Shoot the moon! Oh, idiot. Not out there on the microphone. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
That's what I was talking about. It's not that big of a deal. Don't let it ruin your Halloween. What is it? Shamhain? I can't pronounce it. Whatever. We did a show on it last night. Here's another dose of level head for you. What? Who's it? What are we playing? Yeah.
17 people? That's pretty good. We're getting there. Yeah. People will start getting the word out. Everyone share this out on every platform. If you know any chats that are open, just go in there and just drop the link. If you know, if you can put it on Facebook or anywhere, do it.
No, don't do it now.
Right away.
We should do a two combo Pink Floyd thing. You want to do 2 Pink Floyds?
We should,
yeah.
So you think you can tell heaven from heaven, blue skies from Maine? Can you tell a green field from a cold still raining? Smile from Maine. Did you think you could tell? Did they get you to the train? Give us a ghost. Hot ashes for trees, hot air for us. Girl, come with the change. Did you exchange what on part of the war for a Libra on that man? How I wish you were here. We're just 2 lost souls living in a fishbowl. Year after year, running over the same old ground. Have we found the same old fear? I wish you were here. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
We're just two lost souls swimming in the fishbowl. Yeah, rapping, yeah. Rolling down the same old round. Now, the same old thing. I wish you were here. How I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in the fishbowl. Yeah, right, yeah. Burning over the same old ground. Have we found the same old thing? I wish you were here.
How we doing? We got still 17. No one left.
No one left on that one.
No one left. We're not getting tomatoes thrown at us.
Yeah, dude.
Singe Man is back. He's back. Where did you go, Singe Man?
Where did Singe go?
I don't know. He went somewhere, but he's back. At least you made it back safely, Singe. Welcome home.
Singe Man is back.
Singe Man is back.
Singe Man is back.
I'm not gonna try to take a stab at that. Singe Man is back.
Singe Man is back. Singe Man is back. Singe Man is back. Singe Man is back. Rebel head. We hit you in the face and then the treble clef. We're smoking all your weed until there's nothing left. Rebel head. We're holding off the show until Singe comes back. Level head. Smoking all your weed until there's nothing left. Level head. You with the bass and the treble clef. Hit you with the bass and the treble clef. Bass and then the treble clef. First we read the bass and then the treble clef. We're smoking all your weed until there's nothing left. We have a laugh. We never laugh.
it's all fake. It's fucking fake. $60 million every day is what we pay. They fucking say. Drugs that brainwash, trained to believe, man-made dark cosmology. Traps and fuckers many centuries ago. The population and take control of the world. It's all before the old trading the book. Vision for souls by making the devil's hook. Pieces of all our practicing legal with that. Look up the plan, they call the plan science. People from the bullshit with some formulas and math that made themselves look brilliant. Cause only they understand the game of fate. All the masses as they put series of lies. Make the slaves of the godless society. Who got this society? So they try. If it's got this society, then we all roll over and say, go ahead, NASA. Have your fucking way. Have your fucking way. Have your fucking way. Have your fucking way. NASA, have your fucking way. Just have your fucking way. Can't we see so much farther than they say? 50 miles plus across the ocean on a clear new day. Why will they say it's a mirage we're looking at? Yeah, right. That's not science. That's a blur of progress math. Put your eyes in a zoom lens. Go across the sea. That's all it takes for no pain to be seen. It'll lead you to the path. The hills and valleys, but the wind takes it's fucking flat. Ooh, it's fucking flat. It's fucking flat. It's fucking flat. It's fucking flat. It's fucking flat.
Freddie Vods. All right, why don't we take a look?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. How long was I muted for? Could you guys even hear the music that was playing just now? What happened? Hold on a second. Let me stop screen sharing. Let me see what's going on in the chat. How long was that muted for? And why is there porno going on in my chat? Hold on a second. I'll take care of it. Boom. You're out. Alright, so anyway, listen. So, what was it? Was there more than one? There's more than one of them. Oh, wait up. No. Man, it was doing this to me last night, too. It's not letting me do it. Man, why is it not doing that shit? Alright, well, I got rid of them. Alright, well, anyway. For a little while, anyway. If they come back, someone get them. So, yo, how long was that out? But you couldn't hear it, or you could? You could hear the music, or you couldn't? Oh, you could hear it? You could. I think you could hear it. So then, why did the sound just cut out on me then when I switched over to a different thing? What's up, StreamYard? Get it together. All right, let's do this. Boom.
On account of the great severity of the winter, but because there is practically no summer to melt it. In the Antarctic, there is eternal winter, and snow never melts. As far north as a man has traveled, he has found reindeer and hare basking in the sun, and country brilliant with rich flora. Within the Antarctic Circle, no plant is to be found. The island of Kerguelen, at 49 degrees southern latitude, has only 18 species of native plants that can survive its hostile climate. Compare this with the island of Iceland, at 65 degrees northern latitude, 16 degrees further north of the equator than Kerguelen is south, yet Iceland is home to 870 species of native plants. On the Isle of Georgia, just 54 degrees southern latitude, the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. Vegetables and land animals are found at nearly 80 degrees in the north, while from the parallel of 58 degrees in the south, the lichen and such-like plants only clothe the rocks, and seabirds and the cetaceous tribes alone are seen upon the desolate beaches. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found higher than the 56th. Admiral Ferdinand von Wrangel, the 19th century Russian Arctic explorer, wrote how in the north, countless herds of reindeer, elks, black bears, foxes, sable, and gray squirrels fill the upland forests. Stone foxes and wolves roam over the low ground. Enormous flights of swans, geese, and ducks arrive in spring, and seek deserts where they may molt and build their nests in safety. Eagles, gulls, and owls pursue their prey along the sea coast. Ptarmigan run in troops among the bushes. Little snipes are busy among the brooks and in the morasses. The social crows seek the neighborhood of man's habitations, and when the sun shines in spring, one may sometimes even hear the cheerful note of the finch, and in autumn that of the thrush. W.N.R. Chambers, in Arctic Explorations, wrote, "Beyond the
cheerful note of
70th
the
degree
finch.
of southern latitude, not a tree meets the eye. Wearied with the white waste of snow, forests, woods, even shrubs have disappeared, and given place to a few lichens and creeping woody plants, which scantily clothe the indurated soil. Still, in the farthest north, nature claims her birthright of beauty, and in the brief and rapid summer she brings forth numerous flowers and grasses to bloom for a few days, to be again blasted by the swiftly recurring winter. The rapid fervor of an Arctic summer had already, June 1st, converted the snowy waste into luxuriant pasture ground, rich in flowers and grass, with almost the same lively appearance as that of an English meadow." In New Zealand, situated at 42 degrees southern latitude, on the winter solstice, the sun rises at 4:31 a.m. and sets at 7:29 p.m., making the longest day of the year 14 hours and 58 minutes. On the summer solstice, the New Zealand sun rises at 7:29 a.m. and sets at 4:31 p.m., making the shortest day 9 hours and 2 minutes long. Meanwhile, in England, a full 10 degrees farther north of the equator than New Zealand lies south, the longest day is 16 hours and 34 minutes, the shortest day 7 hours and 45 minutes. Therefore, the longest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 36 minutes shorter than the longest day in England, and the shortest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 17 minutes longer than the shortest day in England. William Swainson, an Englishman who emigrated and became Attorney General of New Zealand in the mid-19th century, lived in both countries for decades and wrote of their differences, stating, "The range of temperature is limited, there being no excess of either heat or cold. Compared with the climate of England, the summer of New Zealand is but very little warmer, though considerably longer. Even in summer, people here have no notion of going without fires in the evening. But then, though the days are very warm and sunny, the nights are always cold. For 7 months last summer, we had not one day that the sun did not shine as brilliantly as it does in England in the finest day in June, and though it has more power here, the heat is not nearly so oppressive. But then there is not the twilight which you get in England. Here it is light till about 8 o'clock, then in a few minutes it becomes too dark to see anything, and the change comes over in almost no time. The seasons are the reverse of those in England. Spring commences in September, summer in December, autumn in April, and winter in June. The days are an hour shorter at each end of the day in summer, and an hour longer in the winter than in England." In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, these Arctic and Antarctic phenomena are easily accounted for and exactly what would be expected. If the sun circles over and around the Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling from tropic to tropic every 6 months, it follows that the northern, central region would annually receive far more heat and sunlight than the southern circumferential region. Since the sun must sweep over the larger southern region in the same 24 hours it has to pass over the smaller northern region, its passage must necessarily be proportionally faster as well. This is why the Antarctic morning dawn and evening twilight are very abrupt, whereas in extreme north, twilight continues for hours after sunset, and many midsummer nights the sun does not set at all. Dr. Samuel Robotham said, "If the sun is fixed and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north, and as the whole would revolve once in 24 hours, the surface at the two places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops, with the utmost rapidity, numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells, or lingers about a central region, but rapidly sweeps over sea and land. To complete in 24 hours the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation. These differences in the north and south could not exist if the Earth were a globe, turning upon axes underneath a non-moving sun. The two hemispheres would at the same latitudes have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south as compared with the north are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun. And William Carpenter wrote, "Every year the sun is as long south of the equator as he is north, and if the earth were not stretched out as it is, in fact, but turned under, as the Newtonian theory suggests, it would certainly get as intensive a share of the sun's rays south as north. But the southern region being, in consequence of the fact stated, far more extensive than the region north, the sun, having to complete his journey round every 24 hours, travels quicker as he goes further south, from September to December, and his influence has less time in which to accumulate at any given point. Since, then, the facts could not be as they are if the earth were a globe, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe." During Arctic summer, from approximately the 22nd to the 25th of June, at a high enough latitude and altitude, you can watch a phenomenon known as the midnight sun, where the sun stays continuously visible in the sky for 3 days straight.
Yes, I am familiar with this. The midnight sun
rises on the 22nd, and for the next
You know that
72
there's
hours
actually
never
proof
disappears
of the globies faking the midnight sun
from sight, slowly ascending and
should be
descending
ashamed of
every 12
themselves.
hours, showing 3 brilliant sunsets and sunrises without ever actually setting below the horizon. In the Brighton Examiner of July 1870, United States Ambassador to Norway, Mr. Campbell, described his experience witnessing the midnight sun with a group of gentlemen on a cliff 1,000 feet above the Arctic Sea at the 69th north parallel. It was late, but still sunlight. The Arctic Ocean stretched away in silent vastness at our feet. The sound of the waves scarcely reached our airy lookout. Away in the north, the huge old sun swung low along the horizon, like the slow beat of the tall clock in our grandfather's parlor corner. We all stood silently, looking at our watches. When both hands stood together at 12 midnight, the full round orb hung triumphantly above the waves. A bridge of gold running due north spangled the water between us and him. There he shone in silent majesty, which knew no setting. We involuntarily took off our hats. No word was said. Combine the most brilliant sunrise you ever saw, and its beauties will pall before the gorgeous coloring which lit up the ocean, heaven, and mountains. In half an hour, the sun had swung up perceptibly on its beat. The colors had changed to those of morning. A fresh breeze had rippled over the florid sea. One songster after another piped out of the ground behind us. We had slid into another day. From the land of the midnight sun. Tourists from Haparanda prefer going to Ayasaxa, a hill 680 feet above the sea, from which, through 8 or 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle, they can see the midnight sun for 3 days. As the voyage drew to a close and we approached the upper end of the Gulf of Bothnia, the twilight had disappeared, and between the setting and rising of the sun hardly 1 hour elapsed. Haparanda is in 65 degrees 31 minutes north latitude and 41 miles south of the Arctic Circle. It is 1 degree 18 minutes farther north than Archangel and in the same latitude as the most northern part of Iceland. The sun rises on the 21st of June at 12:01 a.m. and sets at 11:37 p.m. From the 22nd to the 25th of June, the traveler may enjoy the sight of the midnight sun from Avasaxa, a hill 680 feet high and about 45 miles distant. If the Earth were actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomena as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point from 89 degrees latitude downwards could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for 24 hours straight. To see the sun for an entire revolution on a spinning globe at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Anyone below the 89th parallel could never witness the sun for 72 hours, 3 whole revolutions, straight, because to do so would be to assume you are somehow seeing through the globe and to the sun on the other side. Since such an assumption is ridiculous, and yet the midnight sun can clearly be seen as low as the 65th parallel, this is another absolute proof that the Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the Earth be a globe, at midnight the eye would have to penetrate thousands of miles of land and water, even at 65 degrees north latitude, in order to see the sun at midnight. That the sun can be seen for days together in the far north during the northern summer proves that there is something very seriously wrong with the globular hypothesis. Besides this, how is it that the midnight sun is never seen in the south during the southern summer? Cook penetrated as far south as 71 degrees, Weddell in 1893 reached as far as 74 degrees, and Sir James C. Ross in 1841 and 1842 reached the 78th parallel. But I am not aware that any of these navigators have left it on record that the sun was seen at midnight in the south." Heliocentrists also cannot explain why the midnight sun phenomena is not experienced anywhere in the southern hemisphere at any time of year. Quite to the contrary, it has been recorded by the Royal Belgian Geographical Society in Expedition Antarctique Belge that during the most severe part of the Antarctic winter, from 71 degrees south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is completely at odds with the ball Earth theory, but easily explained by the flat Earth model. The midnight sun is seen from high altitudes in extreme northern latitudes during Arctic summer because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during Arctic summer, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there, at the northern tropic, at the innermost arc of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. Sammy Robotham wrote, "It is evident that in the great encircling oceans of the south and the numerous islands and parts of continents which exist beyond that part of the earth where the sun is vertical, cannot have their days and nights, seasons, etc., precisely like those in the northern region. The north is a center, and the south is that center radiated or thrown out to a vast oceanic circumference, terminating in circular walls of ice, which form an impenetrable frozen barrier. Hence, the phenomena referred to as existing in the north must be considerably modified in the south. For instance, the north being central, the light of the sun advancing and receding gives long periods of alternate light and darkness at the actual center, but in the far south, the sun, even when moving in its outer path, can only throw its light to a certain distance, beyond which there must be perpetual darkness. No evidence exists of there being long periods of light and darkness regularly alternating as in the north. In the north, in summertime, when the sun is moving in its inner path, the light shines continually for months together over the central region and rapidly develops numerous forms of animal and vegetable life. In typical reverse-engineered damage control fashion, trying to explain away the midnight sun, problematic Arctic and Antarctic phenomena, and the fact that Polaris can be seen to 23.5 degrees south of the equator, desperate heliocentrists in the late 19th century again modified their theory to say the ball Earth actually tilts back 25.5 degrees on its vertical axis, thus explaining away many problems in one swoop. If it simply tilted the same direction constantly, however, this would still not explain the phenomena, because after 6 months of supposed orbital motion around the sun, any amount of tilt would be perfectly opposite, thus negating their alleged explanation for Arctic and Antarctic irregularities. To account for this, heliocentrists then added that the Earth also wobbles in a complex combination of patterns known as planetary nutation, the Chandler wobble, and axial precession, which, in their vivid imaginations, somehow explains away common sense. Common sense, however, says that if the heat of the sun travels 93 million miles to reach us, a small axial tilt and wobble, the difference of a few thousand miles, should be completely negligible. If the ball Earth actually spun around 93 million miles from the sun, regardless of any tilt or wobble, Temperature and climate the whole world over should be almost completely uniform. If the heat of the sun truly traveled 93 million miles to reach the Earth's equator, the extra few thousand miles to the poles, regardless of any supposed tilt or wobble, no matter how extreme, would surely be negligible in negating such intense heat. E. Eschini wrote, "The supposition that the seasons are caused by the Earth's annual motion round the sun at a mean distance of 93 million miles is grotesque. According to Piazzi, the size of the sun is in proportion to the Earth as 329,360 to 1. The diameter exceeds that of the Earth 112 times. The Earth appears, as Biot says by this statement, a mere grain of sand as compared to the sun. This enormous expanse of light, focused on a rotating grain of sand, at the distance of 93 millions of miles, would cause the same season throughout it. The paltry few miles in comparison that separates London from Cape Town could never cause diverse seasons, neither would the distance from London to the Riviera justify the difference in the climate that characterizes the two places. Common sense also says if the Earth were actually a ball spinning daily with uniform speed around the sun, there should be exactly 12-hour days and 12-hour nights everywhere, all year round, regardless of any alleged tilt or inclination. Half the sphere would always be lit, and the other half not. The great variety and length of days and nights throughout the year all over Earth testifies to the fact we do not live on a spinning ball planet. There cannot exist phenomena such as this on a globe, nor the midnight sun, nor anything like Antarctic winter, where the sun is nowhere to be found for over 2 months per year. NASA and modern astronomy say the Earth is a giant globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, traveling 67,000 mile per hour circles around the sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy rockets a ridiculous 670 million miles per hour through the universe, with all of these motions originating from an alleged Big Bang cosmogenic explosion 14 billion years ago. That's a grand total of 670,568,000 miles per hour in several different directions we're all supposedly speeding along at simultaneously. No one has ever seen, felt, heard, measured, or proven such motion, yet the vast majority of people unquestioningly accept that the clearly motionless Earth beneath their feet is actually moving over 600 million miles per hour. NASA and modern astronomy say Polaris, the North Pole star, is somewhere between 323 and 434 light years, or about 2 quadrillion miles away from us. Firstly, note that is between 1.9 quadrillion to 2.6 quadrillion miles, making a difference of over 600 trillion miles. If modern astronomy cannot even agree on the distance to stars within hundreds of trillions of miles, perhaps their science is flawed and their theory needs re-examining. However, even granting them their obscurely distant stars, heliocentric astronomers cannot adequately explain how Polaris manages to always remain perfectly aligned straight above the North Pole. If the globe Earth...
It's 4:35 here too, General Sorrow in Boston. So, it's Late Night Live, baby. Boom, baby. We worldwide, baby. Boom!
Was really spinning west to east 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun counterclockwise at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the outer arms of the Milky Way at 500,000 miles per hour,
You know
while
why,
shooting through the universe at 6...
Because we got some live music. What else do I got here? Oh, let's see what we got going on here. Oh.
A little break. You want to play a video?
Yeah, we'll play some songs. Hold on.
You guys hear that?
Video. Then we came back. What do we do?
Dude, could you imagine if we lived on a merry-go-round?
Here we go.
Everyone here in the chat, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, how's
tonight?
everybody doing? So
Let's say hi to...
Let's see what we do.
van. Yeah, Tommy, we're playing in the van. Live from the van with Eddie Vox. Everybody.
Freddie Vox.
Freddie, yeah.
Effing Vox.
Yeah,
dude.
Freddie Vox. Sorry, Freddie. I keep calling you Eddie. I'm not good with names.
He's new.
He couldn't speak any English when he came here. Freddie Vox. He came out of a box. We caught him. We found him on the dock. We cleaned him up. And
He got beat up by the cops.
He got beat up by the cops for smoking rock.
This is a story about Eddie Vox. We met her today in the reception. Glass of wine was in her hand. She was gonna meet her connection. In the corner, some footloose man saying you can't always get what you want. Can't always get what you want. Can't always get what you want. If you try sometime, you might find get what you need. Prescription filled. I was standing in line instead of Jimmy. Man, did he look pretty ill? So we decided
you want. Can't always get what you want. If you try so hard, you might find. Get what you need. Get what you need, yeah. Get what you need. Get what you need. Get what you need, baby. Get what you need. Get what you need. Get what you need. Get what you need. Love that girl today, full reception. In my glass was a bleeding man. She was practiced in the art of deception. I could tell like a rock state.
Hold on, something weird just happened. Like this, I think the sound stopped, right? Did it? Or did it not? I'm on top of it, if it did. If it didn't, I'm just taking precautions. Back to the show. Oh, nope. They're fucking with us.
Can't always get what you want. Can't always get what you want. Can't always get what you want. Try so time, you might find. Get what
what you need. Get what you need. Get what you need. You'll get what you need. Get what you need. It's 420. You get what you need. Just talk to my friend Tommy. You get what you need. Talk to Melanie. You get what you need. Quiet safety. You get what you need. You get what you need. 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 Yeah.
Everybody's here. Everybody's still here.
Yeah, hopefully Levelhead gets what we need to get across the country and do these shows that we want to do and do these meetups and do all this crazy stuff that we have planned. Because we got the juice.
Yo, you got the juice now, man.
We got the juice now, baby. And you know what else, too? Whoa, we're on a mission from God.
Me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. No way. We're on a mission from God.
Matt, me and Elwood, putting the band back together.
Ma'am, you gotta understand that this is a lot bigger than any domestic problems you might be experiencing.
Would it make you feel any better if you knew that what we're asking Matt here to do is a holy thing?
You see, we're on a mission from God.
First you trade the Cadillac for a microphone. Then you lie to me about the band. Now you're gonna put me right back in the joint.
They're not gonna catch us. We're on a mission from God. It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I just got a wicked message, and it was just like kind of weird. I was just checking it out. All right, back to the presentation. Boom, back and forth, bouncing back and forth. All right. I don't even think I'm gonna make it to this tonight, so I'll just get that right out of there. All right.
670 million miles per hour. How is it even conceptually possible that Polaris, 2 quadrillion miles away, day after day, year after year, always maintains its alignment straight above the North Pole? That would mean from 2 quadrillion miles away, Polaris would have to be perfectly mirroring Earth's several simultaneous wobbling, spinning, spiraling, and shooting motions. Polaris would have to be shooting the same direction through the universe at exactly 670 million miles per hour. It would have to be following the same 500,000 mile per hour, 225 million year spiral around the Milky Way, and mirroring the same 67,000 mile per hour, 365 day orbit around our sun. Or the Earth is stationary, as common sense and everyday experience testifies. William Carpenter wrote, "It is supposed in the regular course of the Newtonian theory that the Earth is in June about 190 million miles away from its position in December. Now, since we can in middle north latitudes see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all. Not only this, but viewed from a ball Earth, Polaris, situated almost straight over the North Pole, should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere. For Polaris to be seen from the southern hemisphere of a globular Earth, the observer would have to be somehow looking through the globe, and miles of land and sea would have to be transparent. Polaris can be seen, however, up to approximately 23.5 degrees south latitude." Dr. Robotham wrote, "If the Earth is a sphere and the pole star hangs over the northern axis, it would be impossible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator, or 90 degrees from the pole. The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere, and consequently several thousand miles of and divergent from the direction of the pole star. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn." William Carpenter wrote, "The astronomer's theory of a globular Earth necessitates the conclusion that if we travel south of the equator, to see the North Star is an impossibility. Yet it is well known that this star has been seen by navigators when they have been more than 20 degrees south of the equator. This fact, like hundreds of other facts, puts the theory to shame and gives us a proof that the Earth is not a globe. To account for this glaring problem in their model, desperate heliocentrists since the late 19th century have claimed the ball Earth actually tilts a convenient 23.5 degrees back on its vertical axis. Even this brilliant revision to their theory cannot account for the visibility of many other constellations, though. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. An observer on a ball Earth, regardless of any tilt or inclination, would not logically be able to see this far. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator the North Pole star and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the south sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, the South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. Some heliocentrists have even tried to suggest that the pole star's gradual declination overhead as an observer travels southwards is proof of a globular Earth. Far from it, the declination of the pole star or any other object is simply a result of the law of perspective. The law of perspective dictates that the angle and height at which an object is seen diminishes the farther one recedes from the object, until at a certain point the line of sight and the seemingly uprising surface of the Earth converges to a vanishing point, i.e. the horizon line, beyond which the object is invisible. Thomas Winship wrote, "If we select a flat street a mile long containing a row of lamps, it will be noticed that from where we stand the lamps gradually decline to the ground, the last one being apparently quite on the ground. Take the lamp at the end of the street and walk away from it 100 yards, and it will appear to be much nearer to the ground than it was when we were close to it. Keep on walking away from it, and it will appear to be gradually depressed until it is last seen on the ground and then disappears. Now, according to the astronomers, the whole mile was only depressed about 8 inches from one end to the other, so that this 8 inches could not account for the enormous depression of the light as we recede from it. This proves that the depression of the pole star can and does take place in relation to a flat surface simply because we increase our distance from it, the same as from the street lamp. In other words, the farther away we get from any object above us, as a star for example, the more it is depressed, and if we go far enough it will sink or appear to sink to the horizon and then disappear. The writer has tried the street lamp many times with the same result." And Dr. Rowbotham wrote, "It has often been urged that the Earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural. It is known to every observer that the North Pole star is the center of a number of constellations which move over the Earth in a circular direction. Those nearest to it, as the Great Bear, etc., are always visible in England during their whole 24 hours revolution. Those farther away southwards rise north-northeast and set south-southwest. Still further south they rise east by north and set west by north. The farthest south visible from England, the rising is more to the east and southeast, and the setting to the west and southwest. But all the stars visible from London rise and set in a way which is not compatible with the doctrine of rotundity. For instance, if we stand with our backs to the north, on the high land known as Arthur's Seat near Edinburgh, and note the stars in the zenith of our position, and watch for several hours, the zenith stars will gradually recede to the northwest. If we do the same on Woodhouse Moor, near Leeds, or on any of the mountain tops in Yorkshire or Derbyshire, the same phenomenon is observed. The same thing may be seen from the top of Primrose Hill near Regent's Park, London, from Hampstead Heath or Shooter's Hill near Woolwich. If we remain all night, we shall observe the same stars rising toward our position from the northeast, showing that the path of all the stars between ourselves and the northern center move round the North Pole star as a common center of rotation, just as they must do over a plane such as the Earth is proved to be. It is undeniable that upon a globe, zenith stars would rise, pass overhead, and set in the plane of the observer's position. If now we carefully watch in the same way the zenith stars from the Rock of Gibraltar, the very same phenomenon is observed. The same is also the case from the Cape of Good Hope, Sydney, and Melbourne in Australia, in New Zealand, in Rio de Janeiro, Montevideo, Valparaiso, and other places in the south. If then the zenith stars of all the places on the earth where special observations have been made rise from the morning horizon to the zenith of an observer and descend to the evening horizon, not in a plane of the position of such observer, but in an arc of a circle concentric with the northern center, the earth is thereby proved to be a plane, and rotundity altogether disproved, shown indeed to be impossible. When you look up at the sun and moon, you see two equally sized, equidistant circles tracing similar paths at similar speeds around a flat, stationary Earth. The experts at NASA, however, claim your common sense, everyday experience is false on all counts. To begin with, they say the Earth is not flat, but a big ball. Not stationary, but spinning around 19 miles per second. They say the sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears, but Earth revolves around the sun. The moon, on the other hand, does revolve around the Earth, though not east to west as it appears, rather west to east.
Cool, I think I got
and
something
the sun
cool.
is actually 400 times.
This just in. Let me see if I can get it up. That's what she said. All right. Boom. So what's going on with this thing then? All right, I'm gonna take myself off. I'm gonna take my two selves off the screen. I just noticed that Scott Level Realm uploaded something cool. I like Sublime, so let's see. This is Scott Level Realm's band, dude. He rocks. He's the drummer. He's from the chat. Scott Level Realm.
Light me up my cigarette, I scratches on my feet. I got to find the reason things went wrong. I got to find the reason why my money's all gone. Well, I got admiration, and I can still be fine. I can play that guitar like a high school right. Too short to love the one that got, cause you might get run over or you might get shot. You never had a power with a bulletproof vest. Never stop static, you left it off my chest. Take a small example, take a feeling for me. Take a love your money, give it all a chance. That's what I got within my reach. Love lifestyles, straight from Long Beach. Comes like a year, you're gonna get what you deserve. Try and test out, your body gets served. Love's what I got, don't start no riot. You feel it when the dance gets hot. So remember that love is what I got. So remember that love is what I got. So remember that love is what I got. of the bills I have to pay. Every little it's all the same. You really we talking on the way to stay sane. That's the loving, is what I got. I said, remember that. Loving you is what I got. I said, remember that. Loving you is what I got. I said, remember that. Loving you is what I got. I got. It's a Led Zeppelin song plus congas. First time ever. More congas. This Zeppelin song. More congas. Do that one again. More congas. More congas. Yeah!
You
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah, it sounded really good, Scott. I like Led Zeppelin too, and I like Sublime. I like that song, and he sounded just like the singer from Sublime, which was cool. He got the voice down. You got the drums down, even though you said it's a small set of drums, but who cares? Like, you still can drum, man, and like sometimes like those little instruments are kind of cool, because they're easier to carry around and get around with, and they still sound. If you can make a big sound out of a little instrument, it's all right. Wow, we're up to 18 people. Well, the numbers are growing. All right, we're going for 5 hours and 33 seconds, 33 minutes or something like that. 5:33. And we're still going. We're still going hard.
It's larger than the moon and 400 times farther away. That's right. You can clearly see they are the same size and distance. You can see the Earth is flat. You can feel the Earth is stationary. But according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to believe your own eyes and experience. With haughty arrogance, the nearest hypnotized heliocentrist will then inform you that the Sun is 865,374 miles in diameter and 92,955,807 miles from the Earth. The Moon is 2,159 miles in diameter and 238,900 miles from the Earth. And those just happen to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. So you see, silly flat earther, it is all an illusion, and the apparent equanimity of our day and night luminaries in the sky results from mere coincidental parallax perspective. The Sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears. Rather, the Earth spins 1,038 miles per hour under your feet and revolves 67,108 miles per hour around the Sun. The Moon does indeed revolve around the Earth, but not as it appears. Though it seems to move east to west, just like the Sun and everything else in the heavens, the Moon actually spins west to east at 10.3 miles per hour, while orbiting Earth at 2,288 miles per hour, which, combined with Earth's 1,038 mile per hour spin and 67,108 mile per hour orbit around the Sun, coincidentally results in all motions perfectly canceling out, making the Moon seem to move across the heavens with similar path and similar speed as the Sun, while always only showing us one side of its surface and perpetually hiding its dark side. Bernard Brewer said, "The Moon presented a special math problem for the construction of the heliocentric model. The only way to make the Moon fit in with the other assumptions was to reverse its direction from that of what everyone who has ever lived has seen it go. The math model couldn't just stop the Moon like it did the Sun. That wouldn't work. And it couldn't let it continue to go east to west as we see it go either.
senses win and see the sun above us spin. It doesn't set like we've been told to think, just sails into the distance. Hark now, hear the sailors cry, lost at sea, but in the night, saved by a far-off beam of light as it shines across the flat ocean. And when the fog all goes, I can see the truth that shows. When the fog all goes, I can feel it, and I'll never fear it, 'cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies since I was 1 day old. The sun doesn't set like we've been told, it just sails into the distance. Cause I freed my twisted soul, bent by lies since I was 1 day old. The sun doesn't set like we've been told, it just sails into the distance. Distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, just sails into the distance. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it just sails into the distance. Sails into the distance. Sails into the distance. Sails into the distance.
So what happened there? Very interesting. My Wi-Fi went down. It just went down all of a sudden. Everything went. Now my TV's behind. Now I don't know where I am. I can't find the remote control. I'm lost. I'm lost now. Sorry guys. I'm hungry. I've been on for like almost 6 hours. I live my life on here. At night. Let me see. All right, back to the documentary. It was getting good too, right when they cut me down. Them assholes.
Earth in about 28 days. Well, we may see her making her journey around every day if we make use of our eyes, and these are about the best things we have to use. The moon falls behind in her daily motion as compared with that of the sun, to the extent of 1 revolution in the time specified. But that is not making a revolution. Failing to go as fast as other bodies go in one direction does not constitute a going round in the opposite one, as the astronomers would have us believe. And since all this absurdity has been rendered necessary for no other purpose than to help other absurdities along, it is clear that the astronomers are on the wrong track. There are several theories about the relative size and distance of the sun and moon, all with their points of evidence and points of contention. Flat earthers throughout the ages have used sextants and plane trigonometry attempting to make such calculations, usually concluding the sun and moon both to be only about 32 miles in diameter and less than a few thousand miles from Earth. Perhaps the least plausible model, certainly the most exaggerated and imaginative, is the reigning heliocentric theory, claiming the sun to be a whopping 865,374 miles in diameter, 92,955,807 miles from the Earth, and the moon 2,159 miles in diameter, 238,900 miles from the Earth. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific. Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hine stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Thomas Winship says, "As the sun, according to science, may be anything from 3 to 104 million miles away, there is plenty of space to choose from. It is like the showman and the child. You pay your money for various astronomical works, and you take your choice as to what distance you wish the sun to be. If you are a modest person, go in for a few millions, but if you wish to be very scientific and to be mathematically certain of your figures, then I advise you to make your choice somewhere about 100 millions. You will at least have plenty of space to retreat into should the next calculation be against the figures of your choice. You can always add a few millions to keep up with the times, or take off as many as may be required to adjust the distance to the very latest accurate column of figures. Talk about ridicule. The whole of modern astronomy is like a farcical comedy, full of surprises. One never knows what monstrous or ludicrous absurdity may come forth next. You must not apply the ordinary rules of common sense to astronomical guesswork. No, the thing would fall to pieces if you did. Regiments of figures are paraded with all the learned jargon for which science is famous, but one might as well look at the changing clouds in the sky and seek for certainty there as to expect to get it from the propounders of modern astronomy. But there is no means of testing these ever-changing, never-stable speculations and bringing them to the scrutiny of hard logic and fact. Indeed, there is. The distance of the sun can be measured with much precision, the same way as a tree or a house or a church steeple is measured, by plain triangulation. It is the principle on which a house is built, a table made, or a man of war constructed. The sun is always somewhere between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, a distance admitted to be less than 3,000 miles. How, then, can the sun, if it be so many thousands miles in diameter, squeeze itself into a space of about 3,000 miles only? But look at the distance, say the professors. We have already done that, and not one of the wise men we have so often challenged has ever attempted to refute the principle on which we measure the sun's distance. If the navigator neglects to apply the sun's semi-diameter to his observation at sea, he is 16 nautical miles out in calculating the position his ship is in. A minute of arc on the sextant, and if the semi-diameter be 16 miles, the diameter is of course 32 miles, and as measured by the sextant, the sun's diameter is 32 minutes of arc, that is 32 nautical miles in diameter. Let him disprove this who can. If ever disproof is attempted, it will be a literary curiosity well worth framing. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only about 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 miles away. The moon is actually a semi-transparent luminary and not the solid spherical desert planet that NASA would have us believe. In fact, it is likely that both the sun and moon are not densely physical at all and are simply luminous flat disks able to pass by or through one another during eclipses. E. Eschini said, "The results of recent research prove that the heavenly luminaries are not worlds, but lights, and should cause all men who have been led to accept as proven Copernicus's theory of the motions of the earth to reconsider this subject." Gabrielle Henriette said, "The satellites of the earth are not masses of matter. They are luminous and transparent disks without substance. The moon, in particular, conveys the impression of being an ethereal manifestation, and the uncertain and elusive character which is usually associated with this satellite results precisely from its immaterial nature. It was recognized from the earliest times that the satellites of the earth, particularly the sun and the moon, were not solid, opaque bodies. They were first, until Aristotle, considered to be souls or spirits, which does not imply a physical nature. To the ancients, they were simply lights, and they gave the sun and the moon a very apt name. They called them luminaries. In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the Earth once every 24 hours for the sun and approximately 25 hours for the moon, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights, and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the sun, 91,400,000 miles, in January, when it is actually winter, and farthest from the sun, 94,500,000 miles, in July, when it's actually summer throughout much of the Earth. They say due to the ball Earth's tilt, different places receive different amounts of direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes little sense, however, because if the sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Thomas Winship said, "The Earth is a stretched out structure which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the sun into north and south declination. The longest circle around the world which the sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the sun makes a circle around the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world, in another 3 months, the greatest northern declination is reached, when the sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes at the same time, the sun as a matter of course rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the earth revolves in an orbit around the sun. It is said that summer is caused by the earth being nearest the sun, and winter by its being farthest from the sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook, he will see that according to the theory, when the earth is nearest the sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the sun, it must be winter all over the earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe earth would then be farthest from the sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the sun. Gabrielle Henriette said, "The essential feature of the year is its division into 2 equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, i.e. March 21st to September 22nd, and the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, i.e. September 23rd to March 20th. These 2 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases. In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon spotlights are perpetually hovering over and parallel to the surface of the Earth. From our vantage point, due to the law of perspective, the day and night luminaries appear to rise up the eastern horizon, curve peaking high overhead, and then sink below the western horizon. They do not escape to the underside of the flat Earth, as one might imagine, but rather rotate concentric clockwise circles around the circumference from tropic to tropic. The appearance of rising, peaking, and setting is due to the common law of perspective, where tall objects appear high overhead when nearby, but at a distance gradually lower towards the vanishing point. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the Earth, must appear to ascend when approaching and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. What can be more common than the observation that, standing at one end of a long row of lampposts, those nearest to us seem to be the highest, and those farthest away the lowest, whilst, as we move along towards the opposite end of the series, those which we approach seem to get higher, and those we are leaving behind appear to gradually become lower. It is an ordinary effect of perspective for an object to appear lower and lower as the observer goes farther and farther away from it. Let anyone try the experiment of looking at a lighthouse, church spire, monument, gas lamp, or other elevated object from a distance of only a few yards, and notice the angle at which it is observed. On going farther away, the angle under which it is seen will diminish, and the object will appear lower and lower as the distance of the observer increases, until, at a certain point, the line of sight to the object and the apparently uprising surface of the Earth upon or over which it stands will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point, or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. Heliocentrist would have you believe the very opposite of what every human who has ever walked the earth has seen with their own eyes. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet. It is also plain to see that the sun and moon are both approximately the same size and situated relatively close to Earth, not 400 times divergent and millions upon millions of miles away. To abandon your senses and everyday experience in favor of such unfounded science fiction fantasies is a fallacy of appeal to authority so extreme that it leaves the brainwashed believer impotent to trust his own natural instincts and forever thereafter chained to the fantastical explanations of astronomical charlatans. Thomas Winship said, "No one ever yet felt or saw the Earth careening through space at the terrific rates it is credited with, but everyone who is not blind can see the sun move. But the matter can be tested. It may be known for certain whether the sun moves or not. Take a school globe and place a style on the semicircle that holds it in position. Cause the globe to rotate against a lamp on a table, and you will find that the shadow left on the globe is always parallel to the equator, at whatever angle you may incline the globe. Further, let the style be of sufficient length to allow the shadow to fall on a flat surface, moving the globe towards the lamp, and the shadow will be a straight line. If, therefore, the shadow left on the earth by the sun be a straight line, then undoubtedly the sun is stationary. Drive a stake into the ground in such a position as to expose it to the sun for the greater part of a day, the whole day if possible. Mark the end of the shadow every quarter of an hour, and you will find that the marks form part of an elongated curve, clearly proving that the sun moves over a stationary earth." And David Wardlaw Scott said, "The path of the sun is concentric, expanding and contracting daily for 6 months alternately. This is easily proved by fixing a rod, say at noon on the 21st of December, so that on looking along it, the line of vision will touch the lower edge of the sun. This line of sight will continue for several days pretty much the same, but on the 9th or 10th day, it will be found that the rod will have to be moved considerably toward the zenith in order to touch the lower edge of the sun, and every day afterwards it will have to be raised till the 22nd of June. Then there will be a little change for a few days, as before, but day by day afterward, the rod will have to be lowered till the 21st of December, when the sun is farthest from the northern center and it is dark there. This expansion and contraction of the sun's path continues every year and is termed the northern and southern declination, and should demonstrate to modern astronomers the absurdity of calling the world a planet, as it remains stationary while the sun continues circling round the heavens." In the heliocentric model, Earth is just one of 8 planets in our solar system, all of which are said to be huge spherical Earth-like habitations or globular gas giants millions of miles away. They claim the Earth under our feet, along with these 7 other planets, all revolve concentric circles or ellipses around the sun, hence the term heliocentric. The previously prevailing geocentric model had placed Earth as the immovable center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets all revolving around us, just as they appear. In the heliocentric model, however, which would be more appropriately titled the acentric model, the sun is only the center of our solar system, while itself, supposedly, simultaneously revolving 500,000 mile-per-hour spirals around the Milky Way galaxy, which itself is constantly shooting 670 million miles per hour away from an alleged Big Bang creationary explosion at the beginning of time. In the geocentric model, the 7 planets were known as wandering stars, with the multitude of other stars known as fixed stars. The wandering stars were so called because they can be seen meandering their own unique paths around the heavens, while all the other stars remain fixed in their steady group rotation around Polaris. The wandering stars also happen to be among the brightest in the night sky, and just as heliocentrists falsely claim the moon to be a mere reflector of the sun's light, they claim the bright starlight of these planets is merely them reflecting the sun's light back at us. This has already been shown to be geometrically impossible, however, as convex bodies do not and cannot reflect light in this way. In the heliocentric model, the wandering stars are all supposedly spherical Earth-like places several million miles away from us, while the fixed stars are all allegedly super-distant suns, similar to our own, but several trillion miles away, complete with their own solar systems and accompanying planets, perhaps even populated with sentient alien beings like ourselves. NASA's current official astronomical statistics state that there are upwards of 10 trillion such planets in our galaxy alone, and at least 200 billion galaxies in the universe. Therefore, they claim Earth is only one of 1 septillion planets in the universe. David Wardlaw Scott said, "Our modern astronomers imagine the stars to be immense worlds or suns, some of them many thousands of times larger than our own, and at an enormous distance. Sir Robert Ball, in his Cause of an Ice Age, says of Sirius that it is 1,000,000 times as distant from us as the sun, that it is 92 millions of miles from the Earth. It is thought that stars are in a more or less advanced state of development, and that probably some of them may be already inhabited by beings suited to their spheres. Their distance from us they calculate to be so immense that, according to Sir William Herschel, the light from some of them will take 1,000 years to reach this world of ours." Dr. Samuel Robotham said, "Again, these stars are assumed to have positions so far from the Earth that the distance is almost inexpressible. Figures, indeed, may be arranged on paper, but in reading them, no practical idea is conveyed to the mind. Many are said to be so distant that they should fall with the velocity of light, or above 160,000 miles in a second of time, 600 million miles per hour. They would require nearly 2 million years to reach the Earth." Sir William Herschel, in a paper on the power of telescopes to penetrate into space, affirms that with his powerful instruments he discovered brilliant luminaries so far from the Earth that the light which they emitted could not have been less than 1,900,000 years in its progress. Albert Smith said, "The fixed stars are so called because, except for very long periods, they do not appreciably alter their relative positions, and they are mere points of light, so small that the most powerful telescopes cannot magnify them into disks. Yet they are supposed to be suns of immense size removed by the astronomers to immeasurable distance away from us for the credit and convenience of their theories." NASA even claims to have sent several remote-controlled flying telescopes, like the popular Hubble camera, into outer space, transmitting back to Earth pictorial proof of the validity of their model. These Hubble pictures show that the wandering stars are all in fact spherical Earth-like planets, just as the heliocentrists claimed all along. The Hubble pictures show that the fixed stars are also in fact distant suns, trillions of miles away, just as the heliocentrists claimed. The Hubble pictures and videos, all of which are indistinguishable from a good Photoshop or Hollywood production, completely confirm for hypnotized heliocentrists the truth of NASA's claims and the existence of various celestial phenomena which only NASA and their advanced cameras can show, like planets, galaxies, black holes, quasars, etc. Using even the most advanced non-NASA telescopes, however, the fixed and wandering stars appear to be nothing more than tiny dots of multicolored light. It cannot be ascertained whether fixed stars are actually distant suns, whether wandering stars are actually Earth-like planets, or whether any of NASA's claims hold any validity outside of their alleged pictorial evidence from these supposed remote-control flying space telescope images. Outside of NASA, What evidence do we have that stars are actually distant solar systems? What evidence do we have that planets are Earth-like places in space? They are certainly interesting and plausible ideas, but there is absolutely no empirical evidence to support them. In fact, if NASA hadn't implanted such ideas into their heads, very few people would ever look up at the night sky and assume those little pinpricks of light were all Earth-like objects millions of miles away, or suns trillions of miles away, complete with orbiting planets and moons just like ours. The only reason people believe wandering stars are Earth-like planets and fixed stars are distant suns is because of NASA propaganda. As Gabrielle Henriette said, the planets are not solid, opaque masses of matter, as is believed. They are simply immaterial, luminous, and transparent disks. If stars are all distant planets or suns, how is it that various phenomena have been observed, including stars changing color, intensity of light, sudden appearance, disappearance, or shooting quickly from one place to another? I have watched single stars changing their colors as regularly as a disco ball, others shooting through the sky and disappearing, and stranger still, I once saw a star shoot quickly straight upwards through the sky for 2 seconds and then stop again. Back in the late 16th century, when the heliocentric theory was starting to take hold over the imaginations of an unsuspecting public, Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe famously argued for geocentricity. Involved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. The stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars. Thomas Winship said, "In the time of Tycho Brahe, it was said that the Earth revolved around the Sun, but he argued that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the relative position of the stars would change very much, and the matter must, in the nature of the case, be easily detected. Accordingly, experiments were tried at intervals of 6 months, and the result showed that the stars were in exactly the same position as they had occupied 6 months before, thus proving that the Earth does not move at all. If the Earth is at a given point in space on, say, January 1st, and according to its present-day science at a distance of 190 million miles from that point 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and directions of the stars will have greatly changed, however small the angle of parallax may be. That this great change is nowhere apparent and has never been observed incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit around the Sun." When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, heliocentrists, desperate to patch the glaring hole in their theory, pushed their hypothetical distances to the stars into the trillions of miles, claiming the closest one, Proxima Centauri, was a ludicrous 25 trillion miles away, and thereby making all the stars so conveniently far that no appreciable parallax could be detected. This expedient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to ever since, has proven satisfactory to silence the manipulated minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately account for several issues. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "It is found by observation that the stars come to the meridian about 4 minutes earlier every 24 hours than the Sun, taking the solar time as the standard. This makes 120 minutes every 30 days, and 24 hours in the year. Hence all the constellations have passed before or in advance of the Sun in that time. This is the simple fact as observed in nature, but the theory of rotundity and motion on axes and in an orbit has no place for it. Visible truth must be ignored because this theory stands in the way and prevents its votaries from understanding it." William Carpenter said, "Considerably more than 1 million Earths would be required to make up a body like the Sun, the astronomers tell us, and more than 53,000 suns would be wanted to equal the cubic contents of the star Vega. And Vega is a small star, and there are countless millions of these stars, and it takes 30 million years for the light of some of those stars to reach us at 12 million miles in a minute. And, says Mr. Proctor, I think a moderate estimate of the age of the Earth would be 500 million years. Its weight, says the same individual, is 6 heptillion tons. Now, since no human being is able to comprehend these things, the giving of them to the world is an insult, an outrage, and though they have all risen from the one assumption that Earth is a planet, instead of upholding the assumption, they drag it down by the weight of their own absurdity and leave it lying in the dust, a proof that the Earth is not a globe. Several experiments have since been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books. Rather, they are conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to prove heliocentricity, involved filling a telescope with water to slow the speed of light inside. Usually, telescopes must be slightly tilted to get starlight down the axis of the tube, supposedly due to Earth's speed around the sun. Airy discovered that actually the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle, so no change was necessary. This demonstrated that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around, because if it was the telescope moving, he would have to change the angle. Gabrielle Henriette said, "All the planets, including the Sun, revolve around the Earth. These circumstances cannot be denied since they are plainly visible, either in the ordinary way with the naked eye or with the help of the telescope. It can be said in this connection that in the case of a science which should be based exclusively on observation and not on speculation, such as astronomy, the evidence of the senses is the only factor upon which conclusions can and must be based. If the planets can be seen revolving around the Earth, it is for the decisive factor that they do revolve in such a way. It is asserted that this is not so, and it is maintained that the Earth and the planets revolve round the Sun. We note with astonishment, however, the bizarre and definitely suspicious fact that these planetary movements are not visible. They cannot be seen, and yet they are called real. How can these movements be proved and their speed be ascertained, since they are invisible? On the other hand, the existing geocentric planetary motions which can be observed and measured, and which consequently constitute a perfectly valid system, are condemned as unreal and apparent. A pertinent remark may incidentally be made on the subject. Why do the astronomical tables which are published year after year give the so-called apparent movements of the planets in the zodiac? Why take the trouble of calculating and putting them on record at all if they are not real? Why is it also that no mention is made of the so-called real movements of the planets? Marshall Hall said, "Trust your eyes and your cameras. They have no reason to deceive you about whether the stars are going around you nightly. Then get it in your mind. This single fact surrounding star trails that has been photographed thousands of times and cannot be denied must be explained away by the theoretical science establishment. All of the factless allegations, a rotating and orbiting Earth, billions of light-year distances to the stars, a 15-billion-year-old universe, the whole Big Bang paradigm, all of the alleged evolution of the universe, Earth, and mankind, that is to say, all of modern evolution controlling knowledge today, all of it, is completely undone if the stars are doing what cameras show they are doing, namely, going around the Earth nightly. If you can do so for a few minutes, just lay aside the Copernican indoctrination that accompanies such pictures and take a good hard look at these photographs of something that really, really happens every single night. Do you see what I see? I see all the visible stars in the northern skies going around the North Star in perfect circles. In other words, I see all the stars which these time exposures have recorded actually going around that navigational star that God put there for us in the northern hemisphere." Thomas Winship said, "The plurality of worlds is based on assumptions so contrary to known possibilities that the grand idea must be thrown into the waste paper basket. The supposed great distance of the sun from the earth is the main cause of the delusions of the learned as to the so-called worlds above us being inhabited. This distance is based on a fictitious idea, that of the revolution of the earth round the sun, which I have already shown to be unconditionally false. The sun is a small body of light and near the earth, therefore all the star distances are wrong, their sizes and all other suppositions. The plurality of worlds is only the logical sequence of belief if the Earth be a rapidly revolving globe, but this has been shown to be ridiculous in the extreme. Evidence, apart from any theory, has been presented which entirely nullifies such an assumption and renders it absurd, showing that such an unnatural idea has not a vestige of natural fact to support it. The grand doctrine of the plurality of worlds, therefore, like all of the other grand doctrines of modern astronomy, must be consigned to oblivion. When it can be shown that this world is a globe, and by what known principle the inhabitants can hang onto the swinging ball like the housefly crawls along the ceiling, it will be quite time enough to talk about the plurality of worlds. In other words, the plurality of worlds, if there's supposed to be many, many ball planets spinning around in this infinite universe, that only makes sense in the heliocentric spinning ball cosmology. It's been shown that the Earth is flat and motionless, so the idea that there are many other Earth-like planets out there, or there are many other ball habitations spinning around in the sky, is ridiculous. You can see with a telescope that the things that they call planets look exactly like the things that they call stars, and before they started calling them planets, they were called stars. They were called wandering stars. If the planets are supposed to be masses like Earth, why is it that their starlight is often brighter than the other stars, which they claim are suns? Why would they have light at all? It's the same like with the moon. They claim to land on the moon, and they show this desert planet, but we look up at the moon and see a shining light coming from this disk. If the moon is so bright, shining with light like that, why weren't the astronauts constantly illuminated by this huge light that shines all the way 238,000 miles to the Earth? But then when they're on the moon, it's just dirt. When you look at these things through an actual telescope, they just look like disks of light. They don't look at all like suns or like ball planets. And when you take a good look at what NASA is feeding you, it's CGI. All the ball planets, every shot that NASA shows of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, did I miss any? All these things, all their pictures of these planets are clearly made on a computer. They are CGI, computer graphic images, computer generated images. So the idea that there are many other spinning ball planets out there in the sky is false. NASA doesn't do science. NASA does science fiction. Heliocentricity is not science. It's science fiction. Geocentricity is what you actually experience. It's what actually happens. The flat Earth is what you actually experience. You do not experience a curve. You do not experience motion. You don't feel yourself moving 1,000 miles an hour. The stars don't change their relative positions. They're fixed because they're revolving around us just as it appears. Think about it. If we were revolving around the sun and the sun revolving around the galaxy and the galaxy revolving around the universe, guess what? All the stars would change their position every single night. You wouldn't be able to catch the same star trails 2 consecutive nights, let alone for hundreds and hundreds of years, not changing positions. If you had those 4 different motions, everything spiraling around each other, you can't have the North Star fixed and all the other stars fixed in their constellations revolving perfect circles around it. Can't happen. You couldn't even have perfect circle star trails. They would be spirals. They would be awkward spirals. They would be like elliptical spirals. So, point is, Earth is not a planet. It's a plane. They just added a T to the end and fooled everyone. And then they started saying, there's 1 septillion other planets too, just like Earth. And then once they got people believing that, now they're saying, and there must be life on some of those. So there's aliens. And now they're preparing you for aliens. That's what's coming next. They want you to believe in aliens. They want you to believe that there's some off-world enemy or friend that's going to come here to save or destroy us, and they're going to use that as a false flag event to further their agenda. It's been in the works for a long time, so this is a big one. You could even say that this is the purpose of the Ball Earth deception. What's the purpose? To create a world religion. What do you think NASA is? What do you think the spinning ball Earth, universe, Big Bang, evolution bullshit is? It's a religion. People believe this shit and it doesn't exist. So, well, why did they lie about the flat Earth, Eric? Because they're making you believe in a bullshit science fiction religion. That's why. You don't even know that you're in a cult. You don't know that you've been brainwashed and how deeply you've been brainwashed. You've been brainwashed so much that instead of thinking that you come from a intelligent consciousness, you think that you come from nothing and monkeys. They brainwash you to think that you and Earth aren't special or unique, but that there's just infinite Earths and worlds and beings, and humans are not the most intelligent of the intelligent designers' designs. They want you to believe that there's some aliens out there, more intelligent. They want you to believe that they're more intelligent than you, because only they have the Hubble Space Telescope, and only they have all the technology necessary to tell you that, oh, stars are really suns, and the wandering stars are planets. And, oh, we found water on Mars with our little probe rover thing. Check out these CGI images we sent back on our million-mile internet connection that we have, but you don't, and you've never seen anywhere. Think about how effective this religion is. It's worldwide. It is a world religion. They have successfully created a worldwide religion and made people the whole world over believe in it. They teach it to them in government schools, and they're so indoctrinated into this religion, they have no idea that it's a religion. That's the point. They call it science. They have no idea that they're in a cult being brainwashed by a bunch of CGI pictures and fairy tales. So why the flat Earth deception? It's the most successful religious indoctrination in history. That's why. Around the turn of the 20th century, in order to save the dying heliocentric model from the conclusive experiments of Airy, Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, Cantor, Nordmeyer, and others, Albert Einstein created his special theory of relativity, a brilliant revision of heliocentrism which in one philosophical swoop banished the universal ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there is no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically one can postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun. At the time, the Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale experiments had already long measured and proven the existence of the ether, but the Church of Heliocentrism was not to be deterred. Einstein never tried to refute the experiments scientifically, choosing instead to object philosophically with his notion of absolute relativity, claiming that all uniform motion is relative and there exists no absolute state of rest anywhere in the universe. Nowadays, just like the theory of heliocentrism, Einstein's theory of relativity is accepted worldwide as gospel truth, even though he himself admitted geocentrism is equally justifiable. Albert Einstein said, "The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, 'the sun is at rest and the earth moves,' or 'the sun moves and the earth is at rest,' would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems." George Ellis said, "People need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that." Einstein's necessary modification to the heliocentric theory ultimately resulted in transforming it into the acentric theory of the universe, because the sun was no longer the center of anything, and all motion was only relative. acentrists soon began postulating that not only is the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour and revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun, but the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system as a whole are simultaneously rotating around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. Furthermore, the entire galaxy with the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system are also simultaneously shooting 670 million miles per hour through the universe away from a Big Bang explosion at the beginning of time. E. Eschini said, "The theory of the three, now four, motions of the Earth and subsequent relativity is the result of trying to cover up one lie by another. They say that as we whirl in London at the rate of nearly 11 miles a minute, we are shooting into space around the Sun at nearly 20 miles a second, and the Sun itself moves around a point in space at the immense speed of 150 million miles in a year, pulling our poor Earth with him at the added speed, the distance that separates us from the Sun, and in this maddening whirlwind of motions, they try to apply Euclid's spherical trigonometry to locate distances, which data was intended by Euclid to determine fixed points only, with the result that they have brought out wild calculations which have been fostered dogmatically on a gullible world, but are about as infallible as the utterances of Borgia." When Einstein first introduced his theory of relativity to the world, he often used the analogy of a wagon rolling along the street as an illustration. "What we mean by relative motion," he stated in a Princeton University lecture, "in a general sense, is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity." Gerard Hickson says, "That would be amusing if we read it in a comic paper, but when Professor Einstein says it in a lecture at Princeton University, we are expected not to laugh. That is the only difference. It is silly, but I may not dismiss the matter with that remark, and so I will answer quite seriously that it is only possible for me to speak of the street moving while the wagon remains still, and to believe it, when I cast away all the experience of a lifetime and am no longer able to understand the evidence of my senses, which is insanity. Such self-deception as this is not reasoning, it is the negation of reason, which is the faculty of forming correct conclusions from things observed, judged by the light of experience. It is unworthy of our intelligence and a waste of our greatest gift, but that introduction serves very well to illustrate the kind of illusion that lies at the root of relativity. When he suggested that the street might be moving while the wagon with its wheels revolving was standing still, he was asking us to imagine that in a similar manner, the earth we stand upon might be moving while the stars that pass in the night stand still. It is a case of appeal, where Einstein appeals in the name of a convicted Copernican astronomy against the judgment of Michelson, Morley, Nordemeyer, physics, fact, experience, observation, and reason. On the surface, relativity may seem plausible enough, especially when presented by a charismatic character of Einstein's caliber, but is it really so simple and straightforward? In fact, Einstein's theory of relativity is so complicated and convoluted that when it first came to the public's attention, it was said that there were probably less than a dozen people on Earth capable of understanding it. After Einstein presented his theory to the Royal Astronomical Society, philanthropist Eugene Higgins offered a prize of $5,000 for the best explanation of relativity in essay form, describing it so the general public could understand what it was all about. Prize winner Mr. L. Bolton himself admitted that even when stated in its simplest form, it remains a tough proposition. Along with Einstein's denial of the ether and anything absolute, except the absoluteness of relativity, he had to create a litany of new terms and ideas, each depending upon another and contributing to support the whole. For example, Einstein claimed that there was no ether, that time is a fourth spatial dimension, that infinity and eternity do not exist, and that light is a material thing. This meant that time must be added to the three dimensions of length, breadth, and thickness, that space be renamed a continuum, and points in the space-time continuum be renamed to events. Gerard Hickson said, "What we have always known as a point in the terms of Euclid, Einstein calls an event. But if words have any meaning, a point and an event are two totally different things, for a point is a mark, a spot or place, and is only concerned in the consideration of material things, while an event is an occurrence. It is something that happens. There is as much difference between them as there is between the sentence, 'This is a barrel of apples,' and 'These apples came from New Zealand.'" While claiming time as a fourth dimension, Einstein explains that and merely one of four independent quantities which locate an event in space. This is to imply that the other three dimensions which are in common use are independent quantities, which is not the case, for length, breadth, and thickness are essentially found in combination. They coexist in each and every physical thing so that they are related. Hence, they are not independent quantities. On the contrary, time is an independent quantity. It is independent of any one or all the three proportions of material things. It is not in any way related, and therefore cannot be used as a fourth dimension. Einstein's theory of relativity claims that light is a material thing which therefore has weight and is subject to gravity. This idea meant starlight could now bend under its own weight and curve its path based on the distance and mass of objects along with its trajectory, which allowed heliocentrists like Einstein to claim stars are in reality not where they appear to be, and that with his new geometry, the stars must be moved to much farther away than previously assumed. Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light states that light always travels at the same speed, 186,414 miles per second, or 671,900,400 miles per hour. But Einstein also claims that gravity causes light to bend towards massive objects along its trajectory. If a ray of light can be said to bend, curve, or deviate from its course due to the gravitational pull of masses in its path, it must by necessity accelerate when approaching and decelerate when receding from these things. However, if light can bend under its own weight, or under the law of gravitation as Einstein claims it does, then it is not and cannot be absolute. Gerard Hickson says, "Strangely enough, while Einstein claims that everything is in motion and nothing is stable, he allows one thing and one thing only to remain outside the realm of relativity, independent of everything else. He claims that the velocity of light is constant under all circumstances and therefore is absolute. This is a blunder of the first magnitude, but I do not imagine that he fell into it through an oversight, for it is quite evident that he was driven into this false position. He was compelled to say that the velocity of light is constant because if he did not, his new geometry would be useless. We are told that light is a material thing and that a beam of light is deflected from a straight line by the gravitation of any and everything that lies near its course as it passes within their sphere of influence. And we are further assured that light always maintains a uniform speed of 186,414 miles per second. We have, however, to remind Professor Einstein that this was determined as the result of experiments by the physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere, on terra firma. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between two mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro, always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would through the vacuum Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must, of necessity, make such a distinction, and in that case, its velocity cannot be constant. Conventional wisdom for Einstein's theory was that light was not a material thing, that it discharged in a straight line in every direction from the source, that it could not be influenced by gravity, could not bend, curve, or be deflected from its course by anything. As Lord Kelvin said, light diverges from a luminous center outwards in all directions. Its velocity may be affected according to the density of the medium through which it passes, but this fact simply proves Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light is incorrect. Gerard Hickson said, "The length of the course used by Newcomb in the final determination of the velocity of light was 7.44242 kilometers. If the ray of light had deviated by a hair's breadth from an absolutely straight line, it never could have passed through the interstices between the very fine teeth of his revolving wheel, or returned precisely to the appointed spot on his sending and receiving mirrors, which were 3.72121 kilometers apart. The fact that the ray of light did pass from mirror to mirror and through the wheel proves that it maintained a straight line. Hence, it is certain that it was not deflected from its course by the gravitation of the earth between the two mirrors, wherefore it is obvious that it was not affected by gravitation. So we find that the very experiments by which the accepted 186,414 miles per second as the velocity of light was measured, experiments which were carried out with the utmost painstaking and minute attention to detail, prove that a ray of light is not influenced by the gravitation of the earth in the slightest degree. Therefore, if those experiments were good enough to warrant all the world in accepting the velocity of light, they may be equally well adduced as proof that a ray of light does not bend by its own weight, and that light is not affected by gravitation. Relativity is clever, but it belongs to the same category as Newton's law of gravitation and the Kant-Herschel-Laplace nebular hypothesis, in as far as it is a superfine effort of the imagination seeking to maintain an impossible theory of the universe in defiance of every fact against it." And Robert Sugenis said, "As for Einstein, if you want to believe that lengths shrink when an object moves, time changes in the process, and its mass increases, just so you can explain the anomalies of Michelson's experiment, that's your privilege. But I'd just as soon answer it by saying that mass, time, and length stay the same, and the Earth isn't moving, and I'm just as scientific as you for saying so." If you fill a balloon with helium, a substance lighter than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, the balloon will immediately fly upwards. If you fill a balloon with hydrogen, a substance even lighter than helium, the balloon will fly upwards even faster. Dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. And if you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. The fact that light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Lady Blunt says, "Most people in England have either read or heard that Sir Isaac Newton's theory of gravitation was originated by his seeing an apple fall to the earth from a tree in his garden. Persons gifted with ordinary common sense would say that the apple fell down to earth because, bulk for bulk, it was heavier than the surrounding air. But if, instead of the apple, a fluffy feather had been detached from the tree, a breeze would probably have sent the feather floating away, and the feather would not reach the earth until the surrounding air became so still that, by virtue of its own density, the feather would fall to the ground." Wilbur Voliva, a famous flat earther in the early 20th century, gave lectures all over America against Newtonian astronomy. He would begin by walking on stage with a book, a balloon, a feather, and a brick, and ask the audience, "How is it that a law of gravitation can pull up a toy balloon and cannot put up a brick? I throw up this book, why doesn't it go on up? That book went up as far as the force behind it forced it, and it fell because it was heavier than the air, and that is the only reason. I cut the string of a toy balloon. It rises, gets to a certain height, and then it begins to settle. I take this brick and a feather. I blow the feather. Yonder it goes. Finally, it begins to settle and comes down. This brick goes up as far as the force forces it, and then it comes down because it is heavier than the air. That is all." David Wardlaw Scott says, "Any object which is heavier than the air and which is unsupported has a natural tendency to fall by its own weight. Newton's famous apple at Woolsthorpe, or any other apple when ripe, loses hold of its stalk, and being heavier than the air, drops as a matter of necessity to the ground, totally irrespective of any attraction of the earth. For if such attraction existed, why does not the earth attract the rising smoke, which is not nearly so heavy as the apple? The answer is simple, because the smoke is lighter than the air, and therefore does not fall but ascends. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the earth revolves around the sun, and the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Thomas Winship says, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypothesis of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean, and this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Einstein's theory of relativity and the entire heliocentric model of the universe hinge upon Newton's law of gravitation. Heliocentrists claim that the sun is the most massive object in the heavens, more massive even than the earth, and therefore the earth and other planets, by law, are caught up in the sun's gravity and forced to orbit perpetual circles and ellipses around it. They claim that gravity also somehow allows people, buildings, the oceans, and all of nature to exist on the underside of their ball Earth without falling off. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth while causing Earth itself to revolve ellipses around the sun? The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off and nothing sticks to or orbits around it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. Lady Blunt and Albert Smith wrote, "That bodies in some instances are seen to approach each other is a fact, but that their mutual approach is due to an attraction or pulling process on the part of these bodies is, after all, a mere theory. Hypotheses may sometimes be admissible, but when they are invented to support other hypotheses, they are not only to be doubted, but discredited and discarded. The hypothesis of a universal force called gravitation is based upon, and was indeed invented with a view to support another hypothesis, namely that the earth and sea together make up a vast globe whirling away through space, and therefore needing some force or forces to guide it in its mad career, and so control it as to make it conform to what is called its annual orbit round the sun. The theory, first of all, makes the earth to be a globe, then not a perfect globe, but an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles, then more oblate, until it was in danger of becoming so flattened that it would be like a cheese, and passing over minor variations of form, we are finally told that the earth is pear-shaped, and that the ellipsoid has been replaced by an apoid. What shape it may assume next, we cannot tell. It will depend upon the whim or fancy of some astute and speculating scientist. How is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold all the oceans, buildings, and people stuck to the underside of the ball Earth, but so weak that it allows birds, bugs, smoke, and balloons to casually evade its grips completely? How is it that gravity holds our bodies clung to the underside of a ball Earth, but yet we can easily raise our legs and arms, walk or jump, and feel no such constant downward pulling force? How is it that gravity can cause planets to revolve elliptical orbits around a single center of attraction? Ellipses by nature require two foci, and the force of gravitation would have to regularly increase and decrease to keep planets in constant orbit and prevent pulling them into direct collision courses. Thomas Winship says that the sun's path is an exact circle for only about 4 periods in a year, and then of only a few hours at the equinoxes and solstices, completely disproves the might have been of circular gravitation, and by consequence all of gravitation. If the sun were of sufficient power to retain the Earth in its orbit when nearest the sun, when the Earth arrived at that part of its elliptical path farthest from the sun, the attractive force, unless very greatly increased, would be utterly incapable of preventing the Earth rushing away into space in a right line forever, as astronomers say. On the other hand, it is equally clear that if the sun's attraction were just sufficient to keep the Earth in its proper path when farthest from the sun, and thus to prevent it rushing off into space, the same power of attraction when the Earth was nearest the sun would be so much greater that, unless the attraction were very greatly diminished, nothing would prevent the Earth rushing towards and being absorbed by the sun, there being no counterbalancing focus to prevent such a catastrophe. As astronomy makes no reference to the increase and diminution of the attractive force of the sun, called gravitation, for the above necessary purposes, we are again forced to the conclusion that the great discovery of which astronomers are so proud is absolutely non-existent. And N. Crossland says, we are asked by the Newtonian to believe that the action of gravitation, which we can easily overcome by the slightest exercise of volition in raising a hand or foot, is so overwhelmingly violent when we lose our balance and fall a distance of a few feet, that this force, which is imperceptible under usual conditions, may, under extraordinary circumstances, cause the fracture of every limb we possess. Common sense must reject this interpretation. Gravitation does not furnish a satisfactory explanation of the phenomena here described, whereas the definition of weight already given does. For a body seeking in the readiest manner its level of stability would produce precisely the result experienced. If the influence which kept us securely attached to this earth were identical with that which is powerful enough to disturb a distant planet in its orbit, we should be more immediately conscious of its masterful presence and potency, whereas this influence is so impotent in the very spot where it is supposed to be most dominant that we find an insurmountable difficulty in accepting the idea of its existence. Heliocentrists claim the ball Earth is perpetually spinning on its axis at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour, or 19 miles per second, and somehow people, animals, buildings, oceans, and other surface phenomena can stick to the underside of the spinning ball without falling or flying off. Take a ride on the Gravitron at your local amusement park, however, and notice how the faster it spins, the more you are pushed away from the center of spin, not towards it. Even if the centripetal, inward pulling force of gravity did exist, which it does not, the centrifugal, outward pushing force of the ball Earth's supposed 19 mile per second spin would also exist and have to be overcome, yet neither of these opposing forces have ever been shown to have any existence outside the imaginations of heliocentric scientists.
And, all right. I think that's a good place to end it, because even though I got 20 people here and it's booming, I think I'm gonna end the stream soon. But before I end it, let me see something real quick. Well, I mean, we'll get back to this documentary. I'll get back to it on the next stream. But okay. So, like I said, we need support. I need support, but I want to show you guys my t-shirt shop real quick before I get out of here, and ways to support the channel. If you enjoy these streams, you enjoy me staying up all night, you want it to keep happening, well, the Nightbot's been putting the links in. They're pinned to the top of the chat. Also, if you're watching on TV, you can go to like my About Me section on my channel. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. You can donate. Buy me a coffee right there. I have exclusive tracks up there on Buy Me a Coffee. I'll show you guys in a second. Boston Ray merchandise. All right, so we got like all these different shirts, book bags. You know what I'm saying? Just to support the channel. Some of the stuff is really cool. We got the COVID. Dr. Fauci is COVID commander. We do not consent. You can get it in any color you want. We got the flat flops. We got all kinds of mugs, T-shirts, late night live stuff. We have. I'm just gonna go through it real quick. We have sweatshirts, T-shirts, women's stuff, iPhone cases, all kinds of shit. Zip-up hoodies, all kinds of hoodies for the fall. T-shirts, long sleeve T-shirts, everything. Late night live band practice stuff. We have. We also have Voice to Skull Technology T-shirts. We have Masonic the Hedgehog. We have Flat Earth Ninjas. Flat Earth Ninjas. Masonic the Hedgehog, Flat Earth Ninjas. There you go. Support the channel. You can really use it. I'll leave you guys with some level head. And I'm getting out of here because I need to clean up before my family wakes up and kills me. All right. I love you all. Thanks for all your love and support. I'll give one last shout out real quick before I do this. DN. This is everybody who stuck with us and didn't sleep on the late night. Ry Russ. Lala. We got not too many. We still have 20 people watching, but not. I can't see anyone else in the chat. Who else is there? Yeah. Oh, I know DN's always here. Okay, thank God for him. All right, here we go. We're getting out of here. All right, I'll play some level head, and then I'm just gonna end the stream. All right, we'll see how it goes. I'm not even sure what this is. See how it goes. Just gonna keep it going. You guys seem to enjoy it. All right, let's see.
I mean, usually I get like the United Kingdom. A little weird. It's wicked weird. Wicked weird. We're in Boston. I park my car. I park my car on your lawn when I'm drunk. Boom, baby. Daryl Davis. I hope so. Yeah, try it. I think I got it. I think
Well, she's walking through the cloud with a circus smile, mind running wild. Butterflies and zebras and moonbeams and fairy tales. All she ever talks about is running with the wind. When I'm sad, she comforts me. With 1,000 smiles, she gives me for free. It's alright, it's alright. She can take anything she wants, anything from me. When she's walking through the clouds with a circus smile, I'm movie, fairy tale, never thinks about running with the wind.
Alright, peace. I'm out. Thank you, everybody who helped me. Thank you if anyone's. Peace.